Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Today we have a topic. We shifted gears a little bit. I didn't have room to put Dr. Claude Anderson's name in the title, but this is title was inspired by Dr. Claude Anderson and our dear sister Wani. The title says, "Can African immigrants be viewed differently than Europeans et al.?" Et al. Is Latin. It means an associate. So when I say an associate, we're referring to other immigrants, such as Asian immigrants, South American, Central American immigrants, just all immigrants, basically, Eastern Indian. The real question that's being asked here, the essential question, the EQ is, um, have immigrants,
Can
have we,
y'all hear him?
oh, can you,
Yes.
oh, okay. The EQ, can you not hear me, Nikki?
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a powerful topic. Nikki, drop down. I'm gonna tell Nikki I'm gonna drop her down and bring her right back up.
Okay.
Okay.
He's gonna drop you down and bring you back up.
Okay. Let's see. Bang. Okay. And bring her right back. Okay. So yeah. So the EQ, the essential question, is very interesting. It's um, has any immigrant in America showed allegiance or been a friend to the black American? Damn. I guess I should have just wrote that. um, next time, right? So, has any immigrant been befriended the foundation of Black American and American history? Well, before we even get in this discussion, we've got to go back to understand the purpose of immigrants according to historical canon. So, if you look at Dr. Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, Dr. Zinn identified that James Oglethorpe, Captain Oglethorpe, was elected the governor of Georgia. Now, James Oglethorpe was the a captain in HMS Her Majesty's Army um, of England. He was consulted to fix the problem of white slave owners being attacked by Indians, with air quotes, and escaped slaves. You see, escaped slaves and air quote Indians would band together and counterstrike the ownership class of the 13 colonies. And they wrote home to Mama, like, please help us. Your Majesty, can you please help us? And Her Majesty found Captain James Oglethorpe, who said, you know what? Instead of sending my men out there and, in their pretty uniforms to get scalped by the air quote Indians, I'm going to send criminals, degenerates, debtors, pedophiles, not my words, words of academic canon. So basically, that was the first wave of immigrants were Europeans of English descent. It's important to note that this first wave of immigrants in the 1600s were in uh, a large portion of them were mentally defective. They were insane people. They basically flushed the toilets of England on the Georgia Corporation, which then encompassed Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, maybe northern Florida, what is now northern Florida. Well, after that, we had a second wave of immigrants in the late 1800s. We had immigrants from um, Ireland, Italy. Um, According to Howard Zinn, we had Jewish immigrants and German immigrants. Going back to Howard Zinn, let's identify if the Irish immigrants, who I think are the second wave, somebody fact check me, maybe an Italian. I can't remember who was the second. Was it Italians and Irish, or did they come at the same time? I'm not sure about that. Somebody let us know later.
Some at the same time.
That's what I kind of
Do
figured.
we have different groups of Irish people too? Different
Mm.
ways.
Well, the question being, the EQ being, were Irish friendly with the Black American? Well, Dr. Howard Zinn says otherwise. On page 227 of his book, he says, quote, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathetic with the black slave, who is becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of education in the country, Indeed, most working class activists at the time ignored the plight of the blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. Dr. Zen closes with racial hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. And that's what it is. That's the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. All these groups of people, these immigrants in our title, are frustrated with their their SES socioeconomic status back home. And the deal is, the deal is, and the deal has always been, if you come to these United States and keep these blacks in order, I will help you forget about the fact that you were living off a bowl of rice a week. And I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm being real. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been come over here. A lot of them, not all of them. I'm not a xenophobic. But I'm just telling you the truth. That's been the name of the game. Immigration has been weaponized in the United States of America and weaponized against, you know it, us. Again, et al. Means and associates, and by associates I mean all other groups. Last but not least, I wanted to identify something that Dr. Claude Anderson said in his book on page 102, and in an essay said essay labeled "Blacks and Ethnic Immigrants Compete for Resources." There it is. That's it right there. It's all about the money. What did Ti say? If it ain't about the money, um, Dr. Anderson says, as competition for resources, quote, as competition for resources increase and blacks become more frustrated, conflicts for power, resources, or even basic rights are developing between blacks and all ethnic and racial groups who rank higher than blacks in order of preference. If blacks' marginal level of subsistence does not improve, they will become the common denominator in every social clash. Since the 1980s, blacks have clashed with the Arabs in Cleveland and Detroit. In early 1990, New York and Boston were outraged over the slaying of blacks by Jews and ethnic whites. Violent confrontations between blacks and Koreans, Vietnamese. Check this out, Laotian. I thought Laotians were kind of like Africoid, right? But they have a history with us as well. Laotians and Cambodian merchants have risen all across the countries in cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. Dr. Claude Anderson identifies what I just told you um, from Dr. Howard Zinn, which is racial hostility, became an easy substitute for class. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna deal, i.e., I'm not gonna deal with my own problems. Let me focus on these black folks and get a reward. What are your thoughts on this, Wani?
I agree. I don't see why we should um, give Africans any preferential treatment because they're not acting, uh, they're not doing anything that we want them to do politically. They're going against everything we do. They're angry about the reparations, and it's confusing because they have all kinds of reparations initiatives themselves. And we don't go over there spitting on their parade. The same thing with the Caribbeans. They have CARICOM, and if you look at it, it's a 10-point reparations plan. It's very crazy looking, but you can look it up. It's a 10-point reparations plan by CARICOM. I think it's a stupid plan, but that's what they came up with. And yet, no Black American goes over there, sits on any board, and makes judgments or decisions about it, yet they can come over here and sit on every reparations board and try to make decisions about what we do. And that's not right. No one ever would let anyone do that in their country, let some random person. So the reason that the melanated immigrant is very dangerous to us is because of the erasure factor. They're very parasitic, they're very leechy, and they have a takeover spirit. They don't have respect for the country and they don't have respect for us. We are the country, so they don't have respect for us. So just imagine if um, what has happened is that with hip hop, I'll give an example. Um, Journalists, authors, even Red Bull, and academics all conspired together to claim that Hispanics and Caribbeans and even Europeans created hip hop. I have sources of academics. Some random white woman has a book talking about all these other people involved. And she doesn't know what she's talking about. Red Bull has all of these concerts, and they just got rid of us. We're not even involved in it. From their vantage point, they got caught in the lie because of microphone check. That checked them. That's a perfect title. Journalists continued to say that a man that never recorded any hip hop or rap music started something because he had a some sort of 1973 house party. Somehow that has something to do with starting a music genre that was started before he ever drug his behind over here. He even said so in multiple quotes, dismissing everything about Jamaican toasting being uh, the basis of rap and all the rest of it. So, what they're doing is they can come over here and cosplay us, and they can have all of these people helping them do it. It would be crazy if a journalist or an academic would say Irish step dancing originated in Austria. You would think they were crazy, but we have them doing that to us. Or if a Russian person would open up a pizza restaurant and say, oh, yeah, pizza originated in Russia. What? No one would do that. No one, they have respect. That's the difference. These European groups have respect for each other's things. They don't do that. They don't do that to each other. It's the general rule that they do not claim each other's things like things that they're known for. But these people blatantly come up here, have nothing to do with our music. In fact, these melanated immigrants just discovered the first people to copy off of our music, if we're talking about music, are white Americans. They're the first, they had access to us. They could just bombard our neighborhoods and go in our clubs and get in our face and see what we were doing. They had access to us. Okay. Then the next group to copy off of our music are the UK whites. They were the next group. Rolling Stones and all those guys. They copied off of our rock and roll music. But these melanated immigrants start coming over there and they believe that they've somehow created something. They're literally taking credit for our music over the, oh yeah, that's black music. So they're trying to posture for the UK white person and talk about our music as though it's their music to them. They're very confused. They're very confused about things. And so like that's too much rambling, but basically they are not more valuable to us than a Chinese immigrant. They hold no value.
Well,
Like
well,
if they were,
the key one, and I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, the key is competition, and what we need to identify is whatever group you're talking about. Look at their socioeconomic status before they got or when they were invited to the United States. At that same period in time, look at their SES, right? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut my mouth and let you continue to cook one. And Dr. Claude Anderson says, quote, the Irish, the other part of British Kingdom, were also reported to dislike blacks. According to John Goddard, author of the American Nation, the Irish disliked the blacks with whom they had to compete for low-level work in large urban areas when first entering the country. Let's stop right there. So every group you mentioned, Wani, let me ask you a question. Did they have to compete? Every group you mentioned, did they have at some period in time, did they have to compete with the blacks for work?
yes, they did.
That's the problem.
The You can see pictures of Irish people. Irish people have completely done a 180. So they were over up in our face, humping on our women, birthing more Black American children than anybody, literally. You do some people's genetics, and they have an Irish haplogroup from an Irish woman on the maternal side. So they were squatting out babies and uh, step dancing with us. You can see pictures of them all in our face when they were indentured, okay? And then they did a turnaround and achieved white status. And now they're looking like, what? We don't have anything to do with that. But they're still peasants. And that's why they have to try so hard to convince us, same as Italians. Italians were treated very badly here. And we had to advocate for these people. Believe it or not, people like my grandmother advocated for Italians because they were treated so badly and were so illiterate, and they were making their own children slaves or making them work to shoe horses and do all these things. These other people, Chinese people, the greatest civil rights leader for Chinese people was Frederick Douglass. He advocated for them to not be called the yellow peril and to not be lynched and to not be beaten up over here in the West. He advocated for that. They didn't have a voice. And now all they can think to do is go sue so we can't go to college. And it blew up in their stupid face. Nobody wants them around, I can tell you that. Italy banned them from going to their conservatory because they overpopulate everybody's schools. They've overpopulated their countries and they're exploding out all over everybody and mad because they can't fill up every seat in every school. Who is going to put up with that? Nobody. They're making a nuisance of themselves. Go ahead, Hunter.
I'm a melanated immigrant, well, a child, and I was born
I can't hear you. Get it. Get your. I don't even know what you're doing.
here. Sorry, that was my AirPods. Can you hear me
Okay.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yep. Go
All
ahead.
right. So, so I was born in this country, and I'm a child of Haitian immigrants. So you guys said that that melanated immigrants are parasitic and we're problematic. So like, but the thing is like we are here to stay in this
No,
country,
you're
and so
not. No,
how?
you're not.
My question is like, how are if we're here to stay in this country, like
You're
what
not
are
here to
ways?
stay. That's the part that you got wrong.
Oh, how am I wrong on that?
Hold on.
Continue.
I need to clarify something because this dude up in here gaslighting. I don't know what type of gas you burning, Hunter. I never called anybody parasitic. Nobody said the word parasitic. That's you saying that word.
Oh, wait, I think I said it.
But I'm identifying, according to scholarship, that a relationship has been created with immigrants, most immigrants, and foundational Black Americans, where a lot of immigrants were sent here in diametric opposition to us, in competition with work. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
Now,
and
what was your complaint? Because yeah, a lot of you are leaving, whether you like it or not, and you're
what
being
do you mean by
born here.
leaving? What do you mean by? I don't think a lot of us are leaving,
It's called getting deported. Yes, you are getting deported.
but many of us
And
are American citizens, though.
yeah, and that's not going to work anymore because they're going to get rid of that too, especially if your parents were illegal. So good luck with that.
Yep, it's called birthright. That birthright citizenship is going out the door. Money's
Says
correct.
who? I haven't heard that or seen the
Trump.
process.
Okay, we don't care that you're uninformed. However, what is your complaint? You said you're
No,
here to stay and what?
no. Well, my view is birthright citizenship is not going away. Second of
Okay.
all, my thing, if we are like melanated immigrants are here to stay, so my question is like, what are ways to like bridge the gap in ways so like all people can benefit, Black
I'm
Americans
sorry,
and
y'all.
immigrants as
I
well?
can't. This nigga's condescending as fuck. Yo, Hunter, check your DMs. I'm ready to suck your dick. Yes, the answer is yes, homie.
What?
I'm ready for you. Yeah.
Hey, hold on, brother. This is scholarly. You know, it's children watching this, so.
Yeah, I kicked
Let's
them down. I don't understand. I don't
let's
know where
we
the
can't
hell they
have
Oh
that.
came
my
You know,
God.
it may be
Did
Whoa,
you bring your
unprofessional.
boyfriend in with you? Is this your, what's going on?
Let's keep the
whoa,
sexual innuendos in, on what's the dude name on what's the, I can't think of the dude's name
What
now.
was that?
what the fuck was that?
Tommy
Well, my,
Sotomayor's page.
Oh
uh,
my goodness.
Yeah, was that Tommy Sotomayor's
Oh Lord.
protege?
but
Soda Moisture.
but did y'all like hear my question? So like,
How do we bridge the gap? We don't have to.
okay,
We don't have a gap that we bridge with Chinese people. So why do we need to bridge one with you? Why do you think you have something to do with us? That's the part because we're all
I'm
brown.
just no, I'm just saying like you calling.
Can you just go on your own way? Do you need to bridge a gap with us?
I mean, like, what are? I mean, you're
Why do you
saying.
need
I mean,
to stop?
the premise
Why do
of
you
the.
why stop? Why do
Okay,
you need to bridge a gap with us? Let's work that
I,
out.
let me answer that question. I like because the
Go ahead.
premise of what I've been hearing is that melanated immigrants in this countries are problematic for Black Americans. So, but like melanated immigrants are not going anywhere in this country. So, like, what are ways to alleviate that situation in ways that Black Americans and melanated immigrants can both thrive in this
Well,
country? That's what.
hold on, y'all. Before this gentleman comes and takes over my stage and makes it into what he wants to talk about, let me point out a couple of things. Number one, this is a scholarly page for foundational Black Americans where we're trying to understand the history of what's happened to us. And unfortunate to your feelings, the truth of the matter is, immigrants of all types have been sent here in diametric opposition of Black Americans, and that's our fucking business. So my question to you then, sir, is why are you involving yourself in our page? This ain't got nothing to do with you. This is Black Americans talking to Black Americans to understand Black Americans' history. With all due respect, and I'm not being condescending or pejorative. I'm just really curious. Like, why are you involving yourself in this?
Because I literally want the answer because like
Okay.
I came on here to ask I
I
came on here to
want,
ask the
but I asked you a question.
he asked me a question, so I was
Okay,
answering it.
let me ask you this question.
Okay.
So we don't have to have a bridge between us and Asian people. They do their Asian things. They try to sue to make us not be able to go to school, and it blows up in their face. And then they get slapped up by the white boy again. So that's what we get to look at. Now, why do we need to have a bridge with you? What is it that makes you want to have a bridge with us?
Well, because in the perfect I mean because in the perfect world
Don't
that
exist.
like
Don't exist.
I mean okay okay, but in reality a lot of times that we are mixed with each other a lot of times. Like
Not
I grew up with black
necessarily.
No, we're
I'm
not.
That's
The
I'm
gaslighting.
answer, what are
I
you
mean in
talking
my
about? We're
experience in
mixed
my experience that's just been my
because you
experience.
keep living around us and humping on our women.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they hump on us
Okay?
too. But but I'm just saying that
Didn't say they didn't, but you're asking a question and I'm
no,
asking,
I'm saying like because I don't
why
think
do you feel you have the right to have any relationship with us over other groups?
I don't think it's a right. I'm just saying I think what's the best if you guys believe that melanated immigrants are a burden or a problem to Black
They
Americans.
are. They are.
But melanated immigrants, the thing is about they're not going anywhere. They're going to be here to
They
stay, and their
actually
numbers are
are.
going to grow. So,
No,
like, what are
we don't want
ways?
them to grow. You're not growing our numbers because you're not part of our
You
numbers.
know, my concern in this situation is this gentleman
It's not
obviously
a valid. It's not a valid question.
this gentleman's obviously been sent to this space to like disrupt it because we're not even talking about that. This is a Black American talking to a bunch of Black Americans trying to understand our history and understand different vectors of attack. Now, those identified vectors of attack change every day because there's so many of them. Today, we just happen to be talking about immigration, which in immigration since 1607 has been a vector of attack towards Black Americans. So I'm trying to figure out why this gentleman is in the room trying to.
You don't think my question is pertinent to the conversation at all?
I don't think we asked you what you thought about Black American lineage. I don't think we asked you, and I think
I
you're.
mean, my question is not on Black American lineage. My question is, if melanated immigrants are here to stay, what are situations that
And my
we can
Okay.
all
my
work
my
towards
brother,
to
my
alleviate.
answer to you
Okay.
is, what does that have to do with you? This is not your conversation. I will never involve myself in a Haitian revolution channel or stage.
We're not in Haiti. We're in America.
So we voted so that someone could get rid of a lot of these problems. So that's
Voting
what
on
we
what?
did to get
Yeah.
rid of it
On
because
what
we
specific?
don't, because we have cats and dogs and geese in the lake, and we want all of them to not be eaten by immigrants.
Yeah, but Trump has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Is like there are
It
melanated.
does. The country voted a certain way because we wanted to eliminate your numbers here. You need to go build up your
Yeah,
country.
but a lot of the melanated
Stop.
immigrants I'm talking about
Everybody,
are
what?
citizens, though.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Do you
That yes,
realize this is
I
a
mean,
numbers thing? Everybody cannot immigrate to one place. It's impossible.
Yeah,
So what are you doing? You
yeah,
need to go away.
yeah.
but that's not even what I'm not even talking about
He's
immigration. So
involving
I'm talking
himself
about the immigrants.
he's involved himself in a conversation that,
Okay.
with all due respect, has nothing to do with them, sir. With all due respect, I suggest that you find a stage that has pertinent information to what you have to deal with, and I'm gonna keep educating my people on different vectors of attack. And I'm sorry that this is unfortunate to you, but it's the truth. And I'm not going to sit up here and apologize for the truth. If
I mean,
this is
I could get it. I thought it was a reasonable question. I could get an answer on
if
it.
this is not the truth, somebody prove me wrong. How about this? Since you're so smart, you sound so intelligent.
I
Um,
don't know if I'm that smart.
you sound outrageously intelligent to me. So how about this? I want you to prove to me that I'm wrong. Have immigrants not been sent here as a vector of attack on Black Americans? Give me a case where the inverse is happening. Use whoever you want. No, no, no. You mentioned Haiti earlier. Give me an example of where Haitians have come over here and just helped Black Americans get off our feet and get our stuff together. Help. Just go ahead. Shoot.
They came here and started gangs in all those areas.
I mean, I mean, like someone mentioned cats and dogs earlier, but if you actually look
Yes,
at
we were
Nah,
the,
you see,
eating cats and
he's doing.
dogs.
You
but
see
no,
he's
no, no,
doing.
but if you look
Nah,
at the whole,
nah.
I'm answering your question.
I,
You asked me a question. I'm answering your question.
The truth is, you've literally come here and we're selling crack in our neighborhoods. You have full blown gangs. Why do you
not
move places and bring
Warning. Hold
entire
on.
That's not
gangs
true.
here?
Many Haitians
I
are
got his
doctors,
name.
lawyers, Demetri.
Yeah,
I got
whatever.
his game. He's up here on this space trying to put words in her mouth. Nobody mentioned any of that. Matter of fact, before he came on this stage, I don't even recall mentioning Haiti. I said immigrants. My title says Europeans et al. Dude, if the shoe fit, wear it. But
I haven't mentioned Haiti.
Yeah, but haven't I seen you on
yeah,
Tariq's stage doing the same thing?
Hmm?
So
he
he's
is a
just a
troll,
I'm a
troll.
and
troll.
he needs to find somewhere to go.
We'll just give him a few more minutes to
Tariq's never called me
troll.
a troll.
I kicked him off my stage.
Doesn't have to use certain. Tariq doesn't have to say certain things for us to know.
Yeah, anybody got time for
Okay,
that?
who's next?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be Seventh Ward. Who's next? And then FBA
Before
World.
Seventh Ward goes, I want to identify something about the dude who just came up here. It was a teachable moment, actually. He came up here spreading words that we didn't use. I know Wani may have used a couple of them, but he was spreading some real dangerous rhetoric as if we were some type of xenophobic space. We're not. What we're doing is talking about raw history. I'm sitting up here with several books in front of my face with documented history. I'm not sorry that history is not pretty sometimes. I'm here to tell the truth. And my objective is that my people, foundational Black Americans, learn the truth and grow from the truth. That's all. We're not trying to insult anybody. He wanted to make it all about him. He wanted to center it about him, which is the problem in the first place. Immigrants coming here, coming in the middle of our movements and making it about them. There was no difference between what that gentleman just did and the country of Ghana being written all over Juneteenth flyers. It makes me sick to my stomach. Go ahead, Seven.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And I forgot what I was going to say, uh, but what I'll say is that I've mentioned in previous spaces that I'm no fan of immigration whatsoever. But I'll say this instead. that I've met some, I know some personally. I know some immigrants here from the diaspora, and they're allies. They ride with us, and they don't try to disrupt you know, our, our endeavors. So, yeah. So I forgot. Like I said, I forgot. I was going to say. So I'll yield the mic.
You can stay up for a little while if you figure out what you're gonna say. You can speak again. We're gonna go to FBA World.
All right, so man, good evening, so man, everybody. So thank you again for having this type of space. I wanted to hop on stage, and I just wanted to um piggyback what Wani was saying earlier, as far as the Europeans or the early Europeans that migrated in this country. And yes, it's being very well somebody documented that any different white ethnic group, somebody with the Irish, pretty much when you look at the history between England and Ireland, um, the English pretty much view the Irish like the niggas of Europe, in a sense, and any other some of the different other groups when it comes to Jews, the Italians, etc. Um, and then once somebody got over here, and I forgot that I know it was around very early, some early 19th century, or somewhere around that time, somewhere where the Anglo's or white people decided to consolidate all these groups that they didn't initially considered somewhere white, and bring them into whiteness, and not only bring them into whiteness, they gave them some of his tangibles, so that way there was a tangible benefit for them to identify as white. So when it comes to the African immigrant, um, can they? So, I mean, they can identify or view themselves as dark skinned, English, desert French, in their mind. But the bottom line is, um, they can't view themselves some differently than European, no matter how much in their mind they want to identify with them. They can never be so they can never some be viewed or be them or be classified any differently. Now,
Well, I want
now
to
when it
I
comes,
want to quickly I want to kind of break down what you're saying and put it in simple terms, because this is kind of, I think we are kind of making this more complicated than what it is. The pattern, the equation is very simple. Let's go all the way back to the 1600s. Before this was even a country? It was the 13 colonies. What was happening? What was happening that was wrong? That was disrupting the status quo? Escaped African slaves were running away from the plantation into these native black, air quote, Indian tribes, marrying into the tribe, then getting together and saying, fuck the English, and counterattacking their motherfucking ass. That's what was happening. So the problem was the ruler, the leadership class of the 13 colonies, which would later turn to America, needed to come up with a way, and I want y'all to hear this shit clearly. They needed to come up with an equation to keep us from rising up to our deserved place in this country, which is our fucking birthright. That tactic of warfare that they came up with has not changed in 400 fucking years. The tactic was find an immigrant who is starving half to death, who doesn't have allegiance to his own country, and make a deal with them. Now, initially, those immigrants were white. They were what we call white. They were English, right? Then they slowly morphed into the Irish and the Italians and the Germans and other groups. What we've been seeing in our lifetime, well, since my parents' lifetime, is members of the diaspora, black-looking people come over here with that same fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? Coming over here, waving a flag. You name the country. I don't care about the country. And let me tell you the truth, neither do they, because they're not in their country. He all the way up in America talking about Haiti. He has no allegiance to Haiti. You know what I'm saying? The deal is they come over here, keep us from rising up. Every time we come together to rise up, here they come to co-opt our movement, get in our business, talk about what you're gonna do about this, what you're gonna do about that. Neither me nor Wani nor Nikki nor anybody in this fucking space was talking about what we gonna do about something. We talking about history according to scholarship. We never said what we gonna do. Let me tell you what we gonna do as the host of this page. We're gonna read some scholarship and understand history. That's what the fuck we're gonna do, and it has nothing to do with him. Last but not least, what Dr. Anderson says, Dr. Claude Anderson says, to back up what I was saying, is quote, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. That dude that was just on our stage, it come right off of page 102 of Black Labor, White Wealth. He's giving the white power structure an alternative to interacting with me. Instead of interacting with me and finding out what I need to help my kids, to help my community, to teach in the ghetto, they gonna go to him. And then he gonna get on TV and see, I don't know what these black Americans are complaining about. I got mine. He's a wedge. But go ahead and land your plane, brother.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, Professor. I'm going to go ahead and land.
We need to eliminate, and I mean that in a non-violent way, just like not allow these wedges in our spaces. But that's the confusing thing, ladies and gentlemen. I was confused by it totally. The confusing thing is they look similar to us, and we've been taught. I don't know. Were we gaslit, Wani and Nikki? But we've been taught that. Hell, my dad used to say all skin folk ain't kin folk, but we've been taught if they look like us, they're cool, but that's not the truth. I remember I was in grad school and I was in post grad, and it was a real hard program. And for 3 years, no, I was in grad school, 3 years at this program, the black looking people dwindled away. And when I started, my cohort had six black people. I was the only black dude, only male. And year two, it was four of us. Year three, last year, it was three of us, and two graduated. Well, one was getting her second PhD, or was she getting her first PhD, but she had an EDD, Doctor of Education. And she was from Jamaica, and she was in her 60s, going on 70s. I looked at her as a mother. She would help me with my homework and shit. We had a great relationship. I would come there, I didn't have my homework. I almost said too much, but I didn't have my homework. And she would come here, let me help you with the homework. This is what we're gonna do, boy. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I took a class called Learning Theories. It talked about injustices in education. It blew my fucking mind. One day I'm gonna have a space on it. In this class, my professor taught us that the ACT and SAT were created to keep blacks out the goddamn college. I mean, that class blew my mind. And we had to build a school as a project, and I identified myself as black. And I said, us blacks. And I pointed at this PhD candidate. And she jumped out her chair at 68 years old, said, I am not black, I am Jamaican, and was so offended she never talked to me again. So these people know what the deal is. A lot of them are serving as wedges. Like Dr. Anderson said, I'm going to say it one more time. As a matter of fact, quote, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. This lady I'm talking about in my cohort, should I, and I almost didn't make it, I almost didn't graduate. Should I have flunked out or got kicked out or whatever to avoid a racial lawsuit? And if should somebody or attorney had looked into that cohort and said, "How did you start with this many blacks and only ended up with and didn't have and none graduated?" That would have been a clear discrimination lawsuit in my pro se opinion. But guess what? They were gonna let her graduate, and she was gonna get on stage and say, "I don't know why the rest of them couldn't graduate. I graduated. I did it. They just lazy." Wanna know why? Because she's a wedge. Shit, I got a whole new word. We're gonna start calling these folks wedges. Anyway, I digress.
And who was up next? Was it King? It was King, and then after that, it's Mama Jersey. Go ahead, King.
Hey, what's up, Professor Nikki, Professor Wani, Professor Nikki? What's going on, class? Good evening. I hope everyone's having a good night. That's a couple things I want to touch on. First, I had to, I was in the room for a minute. And I had to wait a while before I came up because I want the sassiness energy to go away. I didn't want to hop on the mic right after that pert fellow was saying that sassy stuff. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna give this a minute uh, to simmer out before I hop on. But I think it's a good time now, so I'm here. Um, First thing, that dude who was on that the Haitian cat, he's been lingering around these spaces for like the last 5 years. His name is Gabriel, and the reason why he was asking those questions is because he is a Democratic shill. I remember this dude from years ago. He used to have in his profile picture, or wherever that second picture that's up at the top on your profile, it was him and Raphael Warnock, and he does work for the Democrats. So I just want to get that out the way. Two, I wanted the next thing I want to ask: have you all noticed that we're getting a lot of, the tethers? I just want to ask a question to the professors and the class. Have y'all noticed the tethers have been talking more smack than the white supremacists? Am I tripping? I just want to know if I'm tripping or not. And I yield the plane.
No, you're not tripping. They definitely have been. Yep. They were happy. Even that Jordan Ely verdict. Sorry, even that Jordan Ely verdict, they were happy about that. It was
Well, no,
clear.
that's a good, and she's right. Nikki's right, but let's go back to scholarship on that. That's what Dr. Claude Anderson was saying. He said in that quote I read just three times a moment ago, the as a matter of fact quote. And ladies and gentlemen, you can find that in Black Labor, White Wealth. I suggest everybody buy it while you still can, and put it on your mantle. Buy a couple of them. I give them away to people, my students. Black Labor, White Wealth. It's on page 102, mid page. He says, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. So um, he gave that dude who I kicked off the space gives the white power ownership class. Let me distinguish because everybody, you know, white, we don't do racism here or xenophobia. Some of our strongest allies in history, and this gonna piss some of y'all off. Like John Brown was white. We're looking at a power structure. People in the white power structure um, have been given an alternative by that dude. So he interacts with us and he cusses us out so they don't have to. Because if they cuss us out, we could show a recording and say, this dude, he's the CEO of blah, blah, blah. And he's anti black. He's up here cussing out a poor scholar, and three foundational Black Americans or Native Blacks, whatever you want to call us, three freedmen up here defending our lineage, and this billionaire is cussing at it. That would be an issue. So they send this guy that looks black to eat us alive, and it looks like one of our cousins. It's a family affair when it's not. This dude is a wedge. He's been hired by the dominant society to come at us. And the more I think about it, the more angry I get. But it was a good observation, my friend.
Who's next?
It's me. Hey, Wani. Hey,
Hey.
Professor. Hey, Nikki. I wanted to say this because I don't come into your spaces often, but I just happened to come into your space when Gabe came in your space. And I think we should call them wedgies, like something that's stuck up your ass that you gotta kind of like get out because it's so goddamn annoying. We need to start calling these people wedgies because that's kind of what they are. Um, I'm very happy how you handled the situation with the professor and stated to him that, you're totally off topic and this is a forum for Black Americans and we know you're a non-Black American, so why are you here? Why are you in our business? And my thing when you said that to me, when you said that to him, was that he comes around here and other Black and other Afro immigrants come around us. They're a form of surveillance. They're surveillance. We don't know who they're going back to reporting to. We don't know the relationship they have with the police or the CIA. It's the same thing when we allow all these Black businesses in our neighborhoods. It's surveillance. If a cop goes into a Chinese store, we don't automatically sense that maybe he's giving information about what's going on here because we kind of grow up with them in a way. Like when you go to your local well, around New York, New Jersey, your local bodega or corner store, they grow up with you. They know your mother, they know your father. They see you in school, they see you go through high school, and they're surveilling you whether we know it or not. It's surveillance, and that's what he's doing. And we have to be cognizant of these things that these people are around us and allowed to be around us and allowed to get loans to come into the Black American neighborhoods to surveil us, to give information to the police, like the police and the government agency. And I know it sounds strange, but it just clicked to me when he did that, and that's all I have to say, Professor.
Oh yeah, I love it, Mama Jersey, and make yourself at home in our space. I've met you before prior. You're of the lineage. You're welcome here. I want to quickly identify something, and she's right. This is military. If you look at the military community calls them ODAs, but y'all know them as Special Forces or Green Berets. America has the most powerful fighting force in the world in the history of the world. The army has a group of soldiers called Special Forces, referred to as Green Berets, or internally they're known as ODA. That's Operation, I mean, ODA Detachment, Operation Detachment Alpha. I forget. It stands for something real fancy. But anyway, these guys, before a war pops off, years in advance, so the government, the president, or the CIA, whoever will say, "Ooh, we about to I think we about to go to war with country X," or even better, country X has something that we want, like oil or rubber or whatever. They'll send a group of ODAs in, just one team, a team. They call it an A team. I remember the A team from the 80s. They'll send an A team in there, about 7 men strong, self-contained. The A team has a doctor. They call him 18 Delta. Has a weapons guy, 18B Bravo. Got an officer. Got a tactician. They Before they go into this land, they learn. They go to school. They learn the language. They want to know Spanish. They learn the language. Anyway, long story short, these guys drop in a year in advance with a suitcase full of money or whatever they've done their research on the people, drugs or whatever these people want, and they just make strategic friendships. Ideally, a fire of no firing, not one bullet is fired. They just make strategic friendships. They meet with the drug people. They meet with the prostitutes. They meet with the teachers. They meet with the lawyers. They meet with the politicians. They say, "What do you want? What can I get you?" Well, should something pop off, remember who helped you. That's kind of what we're dealing with these members of these black looking people. These people are on a mission. You know what I'm saying? I haven't always been jaded. I was really blessed to spend a summer in West Africa, so it was such a blessing. And I saw it there. I saw what I was looking at. I saw the majority of people in the on the continent are really wonderful people, and they want to get over here, but they will never be allowed over here. Who makes it to the United States are traders who have an objective of competing and holding us down. It's some deep shit, but it's a really good point, Mama Jersey. Thank you for bringing that up. Mix, what's on your mind?
I thought seventh was next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible about doing that. Seven and
I
the,
am the
Oh,
shade.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Okay,
I'll wait.
thanks.
Yeah, I'll go.
go ahead, bro.
Great space, Professor. Thank you. So it's like these tethers out here thinking they wizards with the wordplay, throwing curses like it's some kind of street magic. But every time they try to flex, the spell backfires, and it hits them harder than reality ever could. They talking loud, throwing shade, calling people out like they running the block, but really they just summoning confusion and awkward vibes. And Africans, how they watching this whole mess like, nah, we ain't in this. Y'all keep that energy over there. It's like the tethers trying to pull Africans into the drama. But Africans just sipping their tea unbothered, like, we got you, fam. Y'all on your own, that nonsense. And the white boys, they used to be kings of this mess, throwing their hate like it was a sport. But now they sitting on the sidelines like, wait, y'all, doing this yourselves now? Is this how game work these days? They watching the tennis spin out of control like somebody gave them the mic and forgot to tell them the crowd's like 10 minutes ago. But these tennis don't care. They out here yelling into the void, switching targets every 2 seconds, like they playing dodgeball with ghosts. These niggas are wild though. Cause these tennis swear they going in some revolutionary shit. But it's like they stuck in a loop, shouting the same stuff on repeat, hoping it lands different this time. One minute they come from foundational black Americans like we ain't the ones holding it down. And the next day arguing like, who's the real gatekeeper of the culture? And Africans still on borders, still chilling. Like that's nothing to us. Y'all need to figure out amongst yourselves. Meanwhile, the TED is acting like they're casting some powerful spell. But it's really just a bunch of empty words and broken energy. It's like watching somebody try to flex with monopoly money, loud, dramatic, and completely worthless. They keep hyping themselves up, but every move they make just leaves everybody else shaking their heads, wondering when they gonna realize they finally and wake up these days playing this game. Africans in the back, arms crossed, just waiting,
What
just
are
waiting.
you, huh? Africans are in the back with their her hands crossed.
Straight
In
up.
what way? They're getting deported too. What? How are they
Oh, they
unbothered?
they they out here doing mine, and they're gonna get deported quickly
So why are they unbothered?
because they're unbothered by what has been. You feel me?
No, we don't understand.
Yes, sir. Real talk. No, much love, but I'm not really following your thought process. I appreciate your energy and your support, but yeah,
It sounds like spoken word.
yeah, mixed with a little cannabis. But it's all good. The brother meant well. He meant well. You know, but that's a teachable moment, brothers and sisters.
Didn't it sound like poetry slam kind
Yeah,
of?
it was rhyming. It sounded good, but it just was kind of leaving me, just a little off.
Even though it was wrong.
But it was heartfelt. No disrespect to the brother. It was real heartfelt. And I appreciate it. But like our brother Tariq Nasheed says, now is the time for us to be sober. All these little things we've been doing, like hitting a little drink, a puff, and to try to forget it, that ain't gonna cut it no more, guys. It's game time. We are in the last stretches of this thing. I was listening to a scholar last year, black scholar, who said if this is our last chance, and he brought up the point that what's the generation, what they call the, Gen Z. My nigga said Z is the last letter in the alphabet. You know what I'm saying? If we fuck it up this time, I don't know if it's gonna be any coming back. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure we're gonna make it happen. Right? Tyrone, what's on your mind?
Peace, peace, peace. It's good for the FBA family in the building, man. I'm so happy to be here, man. It's a good thing, man. Y'all make me smile when I see this room, man. So basically, I just wanted to say, yo, keep up the great work. You know what I'm saying? I'm so glad that Dr. Francis, you reading Dr. Francis Cress Wilson book, because she hits it right on the nail. And also, like you said about the smoking and stuff, there's this machine that we could test the chemicals that's in our food, but it's like $4,000. It's called the let me see, chromatography machine. It's a gas chromatography machine, and basically, like, you could put your food in there or whatever, and you could test the chemicals of the food, and possibly even get a lawsuit or something. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the chemicals that they put inside of the food is really bad for us, and sometimes it could change our reaction to how we react to situations too. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. And yo, keep up the great work, man. I look forward to hearing the podcast almost every night. It's very productive. Peace.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I love my people. I
Is
love y'all. Thank you for saying that.
is Tyrone, is this a commercial product that's out? This
Um,
thing, do you
it's
know?
you could like look it up online. It's a chromatography machine. It's about like $4,000. I'm saving a bit on
Chromatography.
that.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what they're like. Are they saying foods that, say that they're a certain way could possibly not be, or are they talking about junk food? I'm going to look it up to see exactly if anybody got some results. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's just a way for us to test our food for real, like just to see the chemicals, like the high fructose corn syrup, stuff like that, things that affect our brain and just our cognitive ability in general. Yeah, it's very
You
important for us
mean
to know.
you mean if it's in there, but they say it's not in there?
Yeah, yeah. We really just going by what we believe. We're not really going by what they know. They intelligent. Like, they'll have an app, right, where you could like scan the food to see if it's organic. That's cool, but we really need to know what we consuming.
I agree.
That's a fact, bro. Yeah, yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Well, one thing, and I like that. That was off topic, but I like that direction. Tyrone and Associates. I spent some time in West Africa, and in Ghana they have all these strict rules of you can't, put chemicals and shit. And if I drink sodas in the United States, like I get all like weird, like itchy, and my feet swell. And then we were stuck in Accra. I couldn't go anywhere for a little while. And all they had at the hotel we stayed at was Fagos. You know what that means? 1,000% sugar. So I was like, oh shit, I don't want Fago. But I was scared to drink the water because last time I drank the water, it fucked my stomach up for months. So,
You mean tap water?
oh, yeah, I didn't even drink it. I took a shower and tap water got in my fucking mouth and fucked my
A lot of people got sick like that.
my shit was fucked up for months. I'm
This woman had an eye parasite in her eye
ugh,
because she washed her face.
jeez.
That was in Peru, though.
Oh, so nasty. But anyway, I was drinking Fago. I was down in Fago like I was trying to get drunk. And nothing happened. Like I actually lost weight. And didn't get any of the symptoms, not itchy, my feet didn't swell. And I looked at the back of the Fago and it had cane sugar in it. So my point is, the brother did have a good point. We need to find out what the fuck we're eating over here, because that's a whole nother vector of attack on Black Americans. That's a whole nother space. I don't even want to start that one. What I will say is in Memphis, they were trying to, a bunch of grad students walking around. We lived in the ghetto one year. A bunch of grad students from UT and University of Memphis walking around the ghetto asking old black people could they buy their, what do you call it when you do diabetes? When you take your blood, the test strips.
Hmm.
Yeah, a bunch of grad students.
Could they buy a test strip?
Yeah, they wanted the old black people that had diabetes. They wanted to buy their used test strips. I'm like, what the fuck?
For what?
To study their
To
blood
do
level.
another test?
They study us. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's interesting. Yeah, they are nosy.
That's nosy on a whole nother level.
They always have some research. I didn't even know that South American researchers did a whole uh, thing on our genetics. I'm like, why are they interested? I mean, white people do it too, but whole nother country studying us.
What's the name of those big tall dudes in Kenya, the Maasai?
The Messiah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I was watching a documentary that said it was some white scientists over there that was following them around. And like, what the fuck? Because they go out hunting and they go running.
They have a weird way of walking that they study. Is that why?
Nah, they were stealing their doo doo.
That makes sense. They do. Well,
Said
that makes sense.
they said they had enzymes that nobody else has. Like this, what is this nosiness? Is
They do.
wow.
It could be because they take the meat from a lion,
Ooh,
like the lion kills it, and they go over there and go, "Get out of here, fool! This is my stuff."
ooh.
Now that's badass. Okay,
That's some gangster shit.
that's gangster.
Took the lines for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's next? I'm enjoying this discussion.
Was it Future? I'm thinking it's Future. Future hasn't spoken.
Go ahead, future.
Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, I usually have notes, but I'm driving, so I'm just gonna go off the dome. I was listening to Savvy, and she was talking about, that East Indian actor, the one that does Velma, uh,
Film.
kind of heavy. Yeah, Scooby Doo, the
Oh,
HBO Velma,
no,
her.
but go ahead.
Well, she had that cooking with Kamala.
Okay,
They
got
were in the
you. I
kitchen.
know who it is.
Her. Okay. So her brother was on MSNBC. I was listening to the professor and his Jamaican wedge problem, and it reminded me of that interview. Her brother is his name is VJ. He's from over there. So what he did was he went and shaved his hair bald, and he couldn't get in this. I think it was like a law school, but he couldn't get in, and so he said that he was one of us, shaved his hair bald, and he used his nickname JoJo. Now, he was able to graduate on, I think, like a grad scholarship or something, and but he was saying how we have like an extra benefit or something to get into universities, and it's unfair. The same benefit that he used, it's unfair, and it's kind of like he made it to the top. Now he want to pour the ladder up, and he was saying that we shouldn't have access to that, which we really don't have. But I was just thinking at the same time, right? My great grandmother, she she got into the civil, she was into civil rights, and the same benefits that he used that we really don't have access to, he gets in, gets his scholarship, and then he closed the door on us and locked it. So it just reminded me of what the professor was saying about the Jamaican, and it just really put it in context how they use them as they bully pulpit, and I'll just land on that.
Yeah, and then he wrote a book about how he pretended to be black to get into medical school. So,
Yeah, that's him.
um,
Yep.
he this is what Asians are doing here. That's why I said politically, I'm not interested in them. I'm not building bridges or aligning or anything. Because if that's all you can do is come over here and play dumb about our situation here in the United States and say we shouldn't have, why shouldn't we have something to assist us to get in school? Why? What is the problem with these people? And anyway, the country has spoken and nobody wants them around. So I hope they feel welcomed.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I can't. I used to be when we had like fight the power with Public Enemy. We were all wearing, the leather patches with Africa on it. But now I just feel like they just in the way at this point because if we don't do something about it, our lineage or our legacy, what we have, it's gonna be undermined by them, and we just gonna be seeing more Joy Reid, and that one that's doing the witch.
Mm-hmm.
But we just not gonna have the little access that we have. So I'm like, just good riddance. I'm tired of them, and I just want to, like you say, develop what they learned here. They got more than enough knowledge to go back and develop their homeland in our land.
Seventh, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Uh, I wanted to elaborate on something that you mentioned about like a lot of these Chinese or foreign students. They come to America, and they're parasites. And so when I went to get my PhD, I was in a big program. They had probably over 100 students in there, and I was probably the only FBA there. And a lot of these people, they're just parasites, like you said. They're opportunists, and we're bringing in a bunch of people in this country who, like for instance, the Chinese. They're spies. They talk about how good their country is, but I was asking them, because because I was not tactful with them. I'd say, if your country's so good, why are you over here? And I mean, they are, you know, like like some of them, they were overt about it. They say, look, I'm just here to take, and I say, well, take your ass back there. I mean, I used to fuck with them, and and we like they got to put in some vetting process because a lot of these people are communist, and at the school I was, a lot of their families were well connected in China, and like, and keep in mind, Biden, he just gave clemency to a Chinese spy who got caught with a bunch of kitty
What
porn.
was that all about?
And, yeah, what's that,
What was
ma'am?
that all about? Why?
Biden's a communist, I guess. He takes their
Yeah, the guy was a
money.
communist. Yeah.
Biden's a communist. He took their money. If you look at his son's laptop, I'll yield the mic on that.
That's madness. I don't understand why he even did that. I want.
Well, a lot of people suspect that Joe Biden is a little does some things when it comes to kids, and so no telling, maybe he doesn't have an issue with things like that.
I think that's the problem. But like I said in the other room, if any of these people wants to be an ally, what they need to do is form groups that say something like Ghanaians against police brutality in America. It's more powerful if they use their country name to call out things in this country rather than hiding behind us and pivoting back and forth. 1 minute you're Black American and it's a Black American crime. Then the next minute you're a Ghanaian and you don't have anything to do with us and you're living over in another area. So they need to pick a personality. Number one, I'll answer the guy's question. We don't have to ally with them. They can just do helpful things on their own. Why do they need to keep connecting to us? If you want to be helpful, go do something over there. We don't have to be up under each other. We don't have to do anything together. Just like Asian people, we don't have anything to do with them, and yet they're running around complaining that we're going to schools. We have 101 HBCUs that are for us. They're up in those schools. What's their next plan? To sue so we can't go to HBCUs? These people are making themselves hateable. They're creating a hostile environment for themselves, and then they're going to cry xenophobia. after they've created it. And they do this everywhere they go. So this isn't a chicken or egg conversation. It's just them. We've always reached out to these people, and we reach out and we get our hands bitten. We don't normally see them. It's like a little chihuahua nipping at your heels. They think they can do it because they're small and you're such a big culture and you're American and blah blah blah. But it's starting to pile up because there's too many of them. So these little nips are starting to feel like big bites, especially when they made a move and tried to say that they created our music. That's when they really tore it. We have Europeans. This is the most comical conversation. Europeans trying to say that they have something to do with creating jazz. We weren't even living near you people. Okay? We have nothing to do with Europeans, especially then. They must be out of their minds. Not to mention the fact that they banned and censored our music in the United States and in Europe. So when did they create it? Are you telling me you created a form of music and then banned it? Who does that? How can you create music and then censor it and ban it and call it nigger? These are quotes. Nigger music, music of the lower races, music of the enemy is what they call jazz. And now they're running their behinds around talking about they have 50 creativity. You don't have nothing, and you don't have the jazz greats. You don't have anything. You have copycatting and running around looking like a stiff version of us on every move you make. You're nothing but a stiff counterfeit version of us. Now, back to what I was saying. Just because we're brown, and then just because the police see us the same, doesn't mean that that has anything to do with our ethnicity. It doesn't matter. Okay? Just because I look and see, I see two white people, that doesn't mean that the Polish person stops having a whole lineage of being Polish and he is now English because I have misidentified him as English. The man is Polish. And that's the way it is. And so if someone mistakes me for anybody, that doesn't change anything. I don't care if the authorities think we all look alike. What does that have to do with anything? We don't have anything in common politically because they want to destroy the United States of America and make everything look like their country, which is usually a slum. They don't care about building anything up. They do care about taking. And I have never met an immigrant of any ethnic background, and I have met them all, that meant the United States any good. And I'm kind of shocked that the United States has allowed all these people over here, and they have had deaths. They have had Arabs in the military that killed everybody. They have had uh, Chinese spies who harmed us politically. They have had Mossad women over here doing all kind of sex scandals multiple times and eroding us. And yet they just let anyone come into this country. And I just think that it's some sort of it's a national security problem. And they want to make sure that I have to go get real ID and I have to prove myself, and yet they have no problem letting people run across the border with no ID and showering them with gifts. Um, anyway, one of the things that I don't like is that the immigrant has completely taken over our legacy organizations like the NAACP, Congressional Black Caucus. And now they talk about things like this. Let me let me tell you some of the things they talk about. They wrote a letter to the president of Nigeria. What? They called for an immediate executive action to eradicate Boko Haram. These are these things don't have anything to do with us. They have the 117th Congress wants to end forced child marriages. What? That's against the law. But we have to keep talking about these people's barbaric behavior. Another one, they have to talk about terrorism in Africa, not just in the Middle East. Here's another one, efforts to address ritual abuse and sacrifice in Africa. So we have to talk about them doing ritual abuse and human sacrifice. Those aren't Black American issues. Um, Another thing with the Library of Medicine, they have to discuss initiatives, incentives for bushmeat consumption and importation among West African immigrants in Minnesota. They've had to discuss literal bushmeat um, all the time. The customs catches them with bushmeat, and it's got maggots and things all over it. It's really ridiculously nasty. Another woman sued the United States and she said, it's my culture to eat monkey meat. That's my culture. So she took it to court and she lost. They said, you cannot eat monkey meat, lady. And another person took their animal abuse to court and won. So people who practice Santeria are allowed to torture and murder animals. So I guess PETA and all those people don't have anything to say about that. They're changing the fabric of this country. They literally came over here, ate people's cats and dogs, and snatched geese out of the lake, and then gaslit everybody and tried to pull a black card they don't have. We have a black card. Immigrants don't. They didn't earn a card. They don't have a woman card because they didn't fight for women's rights. And they don't have a black card because they're foreign and they never fought for civil rights. So stop pulling our cards all over the world. Pulling up black. Oh, you're doing this because I'm black. No, we're doing it because you're eating our cats and dogs. Get out. Point blank. Did you want to say something, naughty letter lady?
Um, hello, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on your I just wanted to touch on the issue when you said like people were letting all these people in, and it was a security risk. I know it's
Yes.
kind of off topic, but I was just wondering if any of you guys had heard of what's going on in New Jersey, with all the drones and they don't know where the drones are coming from and they're flying all over the military installations and the airports and stuff like that.
Actually, I did click on drones. It was trending, and we had some drones out here in California, and they said, "Oh, it's just a drone formation," but it looked really weird.
Yeah, because it's some crazy stuff going on right now. I know it's kind of off topic, but I thought that just kind of tied into the whole because
Did
we
you
just
find
got
out anything
so
about it?
many size of SUVs. They're not just like regular drones. They're like kind of like vehicle sized drones. So and nobody knows where they're coming from, and it's at least like 10 to 15. So I was just bringing that back around to the fact that you were saying it's a security risk, and they're letting all these people in here and they don't know where they're coming from, and a lot of them are like military aged men, and stuff like that. So
That's weird. Did you find out any information about the ones in New Jersey?
no, I'm just I'm keeping up with the story right now. It looks like it's like about an hour old. But
Oh, that's a new one
yeah,
then.
no, it's going on right now as we speak. It sounds like, there is, they're actually trying to get the military involved right now, because they don't know exactly.
Okay, let me read this while we're talking about bushmeat. Customs officials intercept maggot infested diseased meat. There is an insatiable demand for bushmeat, which covers rats, bats, invasive snails, reptiles, felines, canines, primates. U.S. versus Mana. Um, okay, these people had a court case back in 2010 and 2009 and 2008 where they were caught with these animals and they fought to bring them in and to say it's okay, but it was decided that it was not okay for them to bring them in. So they're really trying to push their culture down the United States' throat, and I mean really. And they have won. They've gotten some inroads because they can torture animals, and they can also they put rodents in the grocery store in New York, and we don't eat. And they've been trying to slip insects into certain foods and call it something else. Oh, it's cricket protein, but we're not going to call it cricket protein. Well, some people don't even read the labels on stuff. They just grab a bag of chips, and here it is sprinkled with cricket juice that you didn't want. So that's something that they're altering our culture in a negative way. You're not supposed to eat these things. They have parasites on them. They're not raised for human consumption, and it's hit or miss. Just like they do in China, they just eat whatever they eat random things. And one couple ate the plague. They ate some random rodent, and it was filled with the plague. So, um, their
Oh yeah.
whole.
Oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Microscopes on Amazon is only $100.
Why? So we can see the parasites?
Yeah, we need to know what we're eating.
I agree. Or read the label, they're trying to make it hard. Like if they're gonna name it some new name and it's really bug protein, they need to say that on there. And they've been doing subtle things like Angelina Jolie was, oh yeah, we eat cockroaches. My son loves them. We ordered all these bags of bugs. Okay, your son is Cambodian and they eat bugs over there, but she did her part to try to change what Americans eat. Okay? They're deliberately going after everything in the culture. And they're not doing it. Nobody wants to eat these things. These things are not good to eat. This isn't just being not being open to culture. Literally these things kill you. You just don't go around eating caterpillars. It's hit or miss. You might eat a caterpillar and it's okay. Then you might get one with a parasite and you'll die. So, no, I'm not for that. When you look at what the NAACP and the Congressional Black Caucus are doing with their time, they say they're a global organization. So they're admitting that. And their mission statements does not just mention us. So we're the only people with a caucus that talks about marginalized people and other people, while the Hispanic caucuses and the Native American caucus and all of the caucuses are strictly for the people that the caucus is named up and named after. Now, I remember there was a time when they said that they didn't want a Hispanic guy to be on the Congressional Black Caucus. But how do you have a Caribbeans on there? Like, why are they allowed when most of them are Hispanic or Latino or whatever they're calling themselves? It doesn't make any sense. And the guy was an Afro Latino. So they're overrun with foreigners, and the more that they become overrun with foreigners, the more that we don't get any these political arms that we created for ourselves are eroded by them. They have eroded every system in our country. They have filled up every school. They have sucked on every scholarship. And I mean, people send me pictures of the scholarship winners. And there's a bunch of Arabs, Indians, all kinds of people on there. Not an American in the bunch. And these are named after our heroes, which is really, um, it's really off-putting. Go ahead, Sotar.
Hey,
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
hey, I turned my mic off. I hear what you're saying about the politics and whatnot, but are you all looking at also that like they condition these kids with the beta clubs and whatnot in schools and the honor societies, and a lot of those kids are from immigrant backgrounds where they condition them because I remember saying a lot of things just saying wanting when I was in grade school, and people would call me crazy, but and then they would just like kind of cancel my voice. But they'll condition other people who weren't like that or weren't open, and they'll put them through these beta clubs and whatnot. And those are the people that end up going into certain political positions, even as little as an alderman or a principal, and even going all the way up to Congress.
Is that how they've created a pipeline to just keep being uh, in all these political positions?
Yeah, that's what they do. They start young because I'm pretty sure Obama had it like that. But I've noticed it with people, even with me. Bobby Rush wouldn't accept my nomination to go to the Naval Academy. I remember that. And I've seen people who got accepted to go to West Point and whatnot. And they were like, they weren't smarter than me. Like one guy was stronger than me. But regardless, because you got to do physical fitness tests. It's not just grades, by the way, and SAT score. But you'll see that. You'll see people with, like I said, the beta clubs, the honor societies. They groom these kids for this. And then look for the people who just want to be into it. It's not just Jack and Jill.
Thank you. That's interesting. Would anyone else like to contribute?
FBA World, are you still on stage?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Just really just taking in, making notes what Wani's been spitting. I'm just like damn, she's cooking tonight. Um, yeah. But as far as somebody eating, somebody insects and the bush meat and all that, all that nonsense. No thank you. Um, you don't need to shove that part of your culture down FBA throats and enlarge America's throat. If you want to practice that, that's perfectly fine. You just do that in your homeland, where you come from, or better yet, since you're so good in something great, why don't you go back, build your something, build your spot, build your homeland up, So that then that way, maybe, just maybe, you can graduate to eating more sensible food or meat.
Hey, the black.
How's everybody doing today? I was trying to be a good student and just stay in the background and listen and not raise my hand. But when it got to the bush meat and all the insects, I was just flabbergasted by the nonsense. Like I I know people try to compare chitlins and a lot of other things like you know what I'm saying. You know, in Louisiana, people eat some coon every now and then, but to compare that to a monkey and all the other things that these countries be eating. Like I just seen a video where a dude was playing in some cow feces and mixed it with his little teeth. Like we don't do that here. I have never seen my grandmother mix no type of poo with her drink. Like that's disgusting. Like we come from civilization because we made the civilization. Like I don't even want to call it taboo because there's nothing that's past looked down upon. You just you might be a little slow in my family if you do something like that. We gonna get you checked out, gonna get you a little check or something because you need some help. I don't even think ass whoopings will help on that. And you know, down here in the South, we believe in the good old switch and belt method to heal a lot of noise and abnormal activities that people do. But yeah, I just wanted to say something about the little bush meat stuff because I ain't never ate no monkey. I done ate a coon every now and then. It tasted a little good, depending on who cooking it. You know what I'm saying? I done ate some dur and some chillings. I don't even like chillings, even though it tastes like bologna to me a little bit.
Bologna.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't smell like bologna.
No, it don't. It
You
don't.
sure it
But
tastes like bologna? I never heard it.
well, you know,
Taste
bologna is
bologna.
somewhat kind of like chillings. It's a combination of all the meats and
That's true. It's
pigs
all
eat everything.
matched up.
You know,
True,
pigs eat
true, true.
everything, and
Just to
depending on
get
who cooking them.
now, chitlins were uh that's a German word, and the people that were eating them first were European peasants. So we didn't invent those. They
Yeah,
were
we
probably presented to us as peasant food over here.
yeah,
And
it
we
came from
made
the armor hot dog company, the this
the
famously known in
chitlins?
Chicago. Now, like the armor company, they the one that introduced uh the little pig intestines and just different ways
What?
of eating pig. Yeah, Steve Copeland broke that
Oh,
down once, and
oh.
it was offered to us as a no I'm saying cheap way of
Mm-hmm.
eating, and
Mm-hmm.
we us being ingenuitive and knowing that the spices of the world, we made it into a delicacy where you know what I'm saying anybody can eat or want to eat it.
Yes, we did. We're
Yeah.
known for doing that. Give us lemons and we make lemonade.
Oh yeah, we gonna
Okay.
make some
Mel
Powerade.
Melanie, did you want to say something?
Hi, Ron. Hi, Space. Hi, everyone. I want to touch on a little bit what he said, and then I want to respond to
Could
that.
you turn up your mic? Or
Could you hear me now?
yes.
Okay. Hi, room. I wanted to touch on, our contributes to culture, and then I want to respond to the room, the question of the room. Um, I think we don't give enough credit to the things that we have in America that we contribute to society that we made better. Cause I don't think a lot of people know like the potato and the sweet potato is indigenous to the United States. That has nothing to do with Mexico. It has nothing to do with Canada. But the sweet potato and potatoes been here for like over 800,000 years. And the dishes and cuisines that we done made from the potato even stopped famines from medicines and flowers. Like we really got to look into like the contributions that, and that's just one of the things I have found out, but I don't want to be too long-winded. Like the, and it's still a part of our culture now, from like sweet potatoes to potato salad to baked potatoes. Like that's still like a cuisine that originated in America, that's still very deeply ingrained in our culture. So it's not just pork and wild raccoon, but I don't think raccoon is a part of Black American culture, even though some people eat it.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not
think
on
it's a
our
part of our
salted menu.
culture. And pig is a farm animal, a farm raised animal. So it's not really a wild animal. So that's a little bit different than bush meat. But anyway, so to comment to the topic of the room, could African immigrants be viewed differently than Europeans? So Wani, could you give me a little uh update on like what do they mean like viewed differently?
Well, should we kind of, I guess I would say prioritize them or try to be friends with them over other immigrants? Because, like, just because they're brown, we keep reaching out and thinking that these are people that have something to do with us. In reality, they don't.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think if they're not contributing to us, and like I said before, a partnership in a relationship only work if both sides is working it. If you're not working to better us and all we doing is giving, giving, giving to you, I don't think the relationship is going to be sustainable, because now you guys feel entitled. um you feel entitled to us keep feeding you and keep pedestalizing you and keep giving you all these recognitions, and it's like you feel so emboldened to the point where it's like, oh, we have to do it. So now they viewing us as their slaves as well too, like we have to fucking work for you. And we just trying to check, now we are viewing you as a European, because it's like, no, you're not going to keep taking from me, you're not going to keep disrespecting me and talking down to me like I owe you something. We don't owe you a motherfucking thing. Just FYI. We given to you because we was looking at you as someone in need, as someone that was starving. But we as people, as good, humble, gracious American people that we are, Black American people, we help everyone out, even the Europeans, even the Irish white Europeans that came here during slavery and the time that they were starving or whatever, we helped them with the potato famine. There's a whole thing. So that's just in our nature. But when you start taking advantage of people and feeling entitled to something that we are giving to you, as we're trying to help you because we are loving people, and then slap us in the face and try to erase us, that's what a problem is coming in at. So we are going to view you as a European colonizer because you have the mind of them, and it's very disrespectful, and we're going to check you on it every single time. So I believe we do need to start looking at them like we looking at every other colonizer that come over here and disrespect us and try to erase us, and then not be grateful for the contributes that we did to not only this country but for the globe in general. And I'll end there.
Thank you very much. Seventh.
Oh yes, I have a question for the professor. I think he's more read up on this than I am. But a lot of this viewing of the Africans as us comes from this idea of what do you call it, pan-Africanism. And I think, do you know, Professor, if pan-Africanism is that something that was pushed by like the CIA or the FBI? I'm interested in
Yes,
knowing that.
I have my
I yield the mic.
yeah. Good
Yes, they did.
question. Good question. Good question, brother. And I'm gonna be real quick, Wani. I have my suspicions. Me and Wani and I and Nikki had a stage some time ago where we pointed out that Pan Africanism had humble beginnings with Martin Delaney, but it was. But then again, Martin Delaney was a major in the field grade officer in the United States Army back in the time when black people didn't do that. So was that prescribed to him? I don't know. But when you go further down the line with Pan Africanism, it's a known fact that Du Bois, who was a member of a group, a compromise group, um, we're not going to talk about that. But W. Du Bois was compromised, and Marcus Garvey's ass was an op. So to answer your question, if it, you know, what I'm saying, if it swims like a fish and it got scales, it's probably a fish. And I can give case after case of Pan Africanists being associated with infiltrated groups. One of the biggest ones I noticed while I was professing at a historically black college, I noticed that the history professor, full professor, without a PhD, I don't even know if he had a master's. He may have just had 16 graduate hours in history. I don't know. But he was teaching the whole college out of Malana Karinga's book. Now, Malana Karinga, are you familiar with him, Seven? He's a very
That's that Kwanzaa dude.
hell yeah. That motherfucker allegedly is an op. Kwanzaa was created, in my opinion, to take our land based identity away from America and take it to Africa. Uh, Dr. John Henry Clark talked up and down about Malanga Karinga, how he didn't had no respect for the pharaohs, and Dr. Clark couldn't stand his ass. But he's a complete op. You don't go to jail for fucking kidnapping and mutilation and get out easy. No way. That motherfucker cut off allegedly cut all kinds of deals. So to answer your question in brief, yes, it's my opinion that Pan Africanism is controlled opposition. But Wani probably knows a little bit more about it than me. Go ahead, Wani.
No, there's just been several incidences where these Pan-African groups were busted as being CIA operatives, and they have one going on right now. And everybody said, oh, no, they dropped the charges. No, they didn't. And they were hanging out with Russian people. And the complaint says that they were just trying to sow um, dissension and confusion, and they were like they were not trying to get us to vote Democrat and not trying to get us to vote Republican. They were just saying anything all over the place, and they're all over the internet making comments. So that's what you're dealing with. And they, of course, they said we're not Pan-Africanists, but they are. And they said we didn't do the crime, but they did because they got caught with Russians. So, and this is like the fourth major group over years. Of course, Marcus Garvey being the fifth con artist who got kicked out by our people, and somehow, and I don't understand why he keeps being talked about and having things named after him as though he's a hero. He was kicked out by our people. One of the things he said during his speech was that a black American shouldn't expect to ride on the train with white people because they have nothing to do with the train. Really? Being owned by the railroad, building thousands of miles of track, creating things for the railroad like the real McCoy inventions, and creating entire music genres on the railroad has nothing to do with the railroad? I think not. That was one of the things that he said that created the Garvey Must Go campaign. And these Pan Africanists have been pushing this man down our throats, making people not even know that he was aligned with white supremacists. His plan was most likely to get us to all go over to Africa where he would be the king. And that's what white supremacists want us to do. See, they're doing things that white supremacists like. If you pay attention, they want us to not feel part of the country. They hate the United States. And so they've trained us to say that we're not a part of the country. The country doesn't like us. The country didn't treat us right. Really? Is Nigeria treating Nigerians right? The country didn't do anything. Some of the people in the country did stuff that we don't like. But you can't name a country where they're treating the people right, or else they wouldn't all be over here walking up and down my sidewalk. If they're being treated right, they're being killed, they're being genocided. The same people that would come over here and tell you you don't have a country and that the United States doesn't like you, Africans have been brutalized by Africans in all these places. The nastiest ones on here, the Myron Gaines, they can't even live over there. They're killing them. And if this is a representation of Sudanese people, I'm not interested in anything they do over in Sudan. I don't want more Myron Gaines. So have at it. I don't care what they do in Sudan. I don't care what they do in the Congo, and I don't care what they do in any of those countries because it's not an outside invader. It's not the white man doing it. It's not even another group. It's them doing it to themselves and then complaining that no one's paying attention. Of course, no one is paying attention. You are doing this. Stop doing it. You're the only one who can stop. Okay, go ahead, DeBlanc.
Uh, to add to that, back in the day, uh, Oscar Michaud, when they was making race films, as they was called, they made a movie about Marcus Garvey and the Back to Africa movement, kind of like insinuating that it was a whole finesse. And it's funny because like we always depict what's going on in the community within our art. So it's just funny to me that during that time period they made a movie somewhat about him, saying that he was an op. And another thing, what the sister said earlier about the potato being from America, I found a book in Dutch on Project Gutenberg. I translated it, and it's from the 1800s, and it say that the writer, the white man, he say that the potato is originated from America, and I posted that in the chat too.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with Mexico or Canada. It originated from the United States originally.
What's crazy when you like find books in other languages, and I feel like this one thing about technology that's somewhat a benefit towards us when we start like looking for books in older books from the 18 and early 1900s in other languages that was never made in America or had a English version of them, and you see what they say about America, it's like opposite of what most American writers were saying at the time, and uh, that's what made me really just search for more books in other languages about America, because you'll find interesting tidbits like that.
Clue or CLOU.
Silu. Nice to meet you guys. This is my first time in joining and being on an app, and I don't want to go too far off on topic, but I am FBA. I'm originally from Texas. Been there all my life. I travel the world. Not in the service, but I deployed a lot as a civilian and kind of seen the world outside of the U.S. and see how different people look at us. But not to go too far off the topic, I do have a question and wondering now, since I've been more involved in our history, I just notice how often and more often I am hearing and seeing the word intelligence being thrown around, and especially against us. And I'm just not quite understanding it. And I see us or melanated people that look like us that's constantly throwing that word around. Is that another way that they're weaponizing to justify to get rid of us? And I
Well,
and I lay my plan.
let's put it this way. Their IQ levels are persistently low in the levels of not even being um, of being mentally disabled. Number one, that's collectively number one. And I know that IQ tests are geared toward Europeans, but collectively, they're not very smart. I mean, they sold human beings for half a millennia and ended up with a bucket. So they're not smart. They don't have any interest in school. That's why they don't have any schools. We have 101 HBCUs and have been attending since the 1800s. We're the fastest people to become literate after that event called slavery and oppression and suppression of us learning how to read and write, along with other marginalized groups here. So they have nothing like what we have. Nothing. They cannot be smarter than us. They have no inventions to prove it. We had 50,000 patents in a short period of time while we were enslaved and after slavery, on par with Germans who were not enslaved. So I know we're intelligent, and I know they're not. They're celebrating being literate. Somebody said, Black girl magic. And it was a Ghanaian woman who said, I'm the first person in my family to learn to read. These people have no interest in education at all. That is why they show off so horribly when they get away from these continents and get into any school. That is why they're running around the Ukraine getting bombs dropped on their heads, talking about, I'm a student. I'm a student. Like saying that is just the top. Our women are highly educated in this country. Our men are in I was looking at the stats because some imbecile in our group said all the black men were in jail. No, they're not. 96% of black men are not in jail, and their education levels are on par with white American men. They're exactly where you think they would be, just a little bit below, just a little bit below. And that's pretty good considering the oppression that we experience here. Did you want to say something else?
Oh yes, because I said I was going to land my plane, but I mean it's like tying in with I'm gonna tie this statement in too, because yes, I do work for the government, and and it's very few of us in the division I work in, but just to hear that word intelligence coming from us, and the that saying that we have to work harder than everyone else. I just really find that offensive, and it's like mentally exhausting to keep hearing our people say that, and that just bothers me. I mean, I just land my plane right there.
That is something that I hear a lot of immigrants say. They're hyper focused on education because they don't have any. Like, who stopped them from having education? You can't blame colonists. What did you have before the colonists? That's the question. What education did you have before the colonists? Because other people had high education. Egyptians had high education. They really did. And they don't have to go to other people's schools to be educated. Why do West Africans have to go to school? What are they doing over there that they don't have a traditional education? Yes, they would have to customize it for global applications, but really, why don't they have a bunch of schools and high intelligence since they're so smart? Why do we do these things coming out of slavery and then while enslaved? Why? So we're very smart. We're smarter than them. We're smart enough to know uh, that we want to be educated and use that as a tool to build ourselves up.
Hey, man, who was a young Wani? Who was a young lady who was just up? I was submitting a document.
CLOU.
Hey,
Sorry,
It's C Lou.
hey,
CLU.
see,
C
hey,
Lou. My
see.
my nickname is Lou.
All right,
I
Lou, I
can't
wanted to go in
pronounce.
right quick on what you said. I was submitting a document amongst a couple other things, but I heard you, but I just couldn't respond at that particular moment. But what I wanted to talk about, Silu, is and family is I took a class in graduate school called Learning Theories. It was taught by a white guy whose parents were English, so he wasn't caught up in that whole racial. His views on race were different, and he told the actual truth. In this class, I learned that the ACT and SAT were created for with the exclusive purpose of keeping blacks out of Harvard and Yale and segregating after the integration happened. But I digress. My point is, um, this professor, who I love this too, we still talk. We do studies together occasionally. Professor X, I'm not gonna say his name because he's got in trouble for helping black people, including me before. Um, he basically showed us that there's multiple intelligences. And I've told people for a year now that if Diane Yap ever comes back on, somebody find me. I don't give a flying fuck if I'm at work. I will go find a teaching assistant or something, or a TA, and tell them to take my lecture over just to get at her. There are multiple intelligences. So you can go to Google right now and type multiple intelligences. Now, the intelligence that we focus on in the United States of America is going to be our downfall. It's called IP, which stands for information processing. So basically, IP is just remembering a whole bunch of random shit, which is cool, but it's not cool because facts change, right? Well, back to Wani's point, other cultures had other intelligences. Like I told you, IP is just a particular intelligence, information processing. Now, IP is an intelligence is associated with Asian populations and Caucasian populations. For whatever reason, they're really good at just remembering random facts. Now, when you look at other cultures, and another intelligence is spatial relations. Oh shit! Now you're talking about star constellations. Now you're talking about different ways time. Now you're talking about, does time really exist? You're talking about quantum goddamn physics. You're talking about pyramids being built. Europeans don't know shit about that. Um, what am I saying? I'm saying that there are intelligences that we need to tap into. That our intelligence system is totally different than this IP bullshit. When was the last time the hospitals helped cured anything? Right? They still memorizing fucking facts, right? Well, back to Wani's point, them Egyptians who understood spatial relations, star constellations, even the Native Americans. Let me tell you how powerful spatial relations is. The Native Americans could tell based on the star constellations what to plant. You know what I'm saying, to get healthy crops. That's an intelligence. Well, when the Egyptians, well, I hate that word, the Kemites, or Temerians, whatever they were called. They weren't called no goddamn Egyptians. That's a European word. And it wasn't called a pyramid, it was called a mirror. And the Russians knew that because what they named their space station. I digress. But the in the Egyptian school system, they created a word educare, which the Europeans stole and called it education. Everything the European does is in diametric opposition to us. It's backwards. Educare is means to draw out. So the Kemites or the Egyptians would get a group of children at 7 years old. Seven is a powerful number, it's a number of spirit. At 7 years old, they would take a group of children and in class and lecture try to figure out why they were here in order to draw out their talent. For instance, Wani, she's here to create. So now I need to focus. Now that I know Wani's a creator, I need to focus on. I need to put Wani in front of a group of educators who are talented in creation. Kind of like the movie Snitch on this shit. If y'all watch Harry Potter, you know how everybody went to a different house. That's Egyptian shit. So the Egyptians focused on drawing out what the Creator sent you here for, to bring out edukare. The European uses education to put in. It's a caste system. I need you to be here. Alon, you got brown skin. I need you to mop this motherfucking floor. What did they tell Malcolm X? Malcolm X said, I want to be an attorney. And they said, you should be a carpenter. Jesus was a carpenter. Why? Because the religious system was used to compromise and create caste systems. The European is used to manipulating people and using them to fit into their system of maltreatment, maladaptive treatment, as specified by Neely Fuller. What does Neely Fuller call it? A system of abuse. We did when we ran the world under our educare system. We didn't abuse. We had a system of justice. But I digress. I could talk about this forever. This whole thing of IQ and IP is a whole bunch of bullshit. I'm licensing this shit, and I'll tell you, it's bullshit. It's just a litmus test. It's Mother May I is all the fuck it is. Mother May I do what I tell you what to do. Memorize this bullshit that's gonna change next week. And if you memorize it, I'm gonna give you a license so you can be in front of a bunch of kids and not know what the fuck you're talking about. But that's not the point. The point is you did what the fuck I say because you're in a system of abuse, and to get that license, you need to be subjected to abuse without objection.
Is there any books that talk about educare? Is there?
A good one is free. Type in George M. James Stolen Legacy PDF.
Dr-
Stolen Legacy PDF. And if you can't find it, DM me your email. I'll send it to you. Stolen Legacy. In Stolen Legacy, Dr. James talks about the Egyptian school system.
Thank,
Oh,
Well,
please, Professor. I definitely wanted to build on what you were saying real quick when you were
thank you,
talking
Wani.
about.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh, no doubt.
welcome. Let me say something real quick. But we have all of those intelligences, by the way.
Every last
We're
one.
certified geniuses. We're also extremely creative. We have every range. So that's not a cop out. Like, oh, to say that we can't mold ourselves to that form of intelligence. Of course, there are different types of intelligences, and even our brains are different. Different people's brains function different. So, of course, they're going to be respond to things differently. I learn by hanging around things. Other people might learn better from books. We're all different. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. Who was next? Did who was talking?
It's really the black, but
Tyrone.
I just want to
Okay,
say
go
something
ahead,
real quick
Tyrone. Go
to
ahead.
build on what the professor was saying. So like I'm from New York. I used to I'm from Jamaica, Queens, but I lived in Long Island too, and I did have some Caucasian friends or whatever. And when it comes to intelligence, they be cheating for real. Like they be taking Adderall or speed, but
Facts.
they definitely are chemically creating their own type of pills too. So it's like not pills but liquid form. So they'll take DMT, but they're getting the DMT from the extract of indigenous plants. And I've seen bottles of these things. Like I've taken some of it before, and you really
Hey,
do
hey,
have
hey,
like a
bro,
great.
DMT?
hold on. Let's stop right there. There's some secret synchronicity. I'm assisting my wife in doing some scholarly reports. And as you say this to Black, let me tell you what the fuck I'm reading. Well, actually, what I was reading when you said whites, you said something. I was reading Harvard psilocybin project determined where psilocybin was effective adjuvant agent in psychotherapy. The article I'm reading is called Psychedelics and Psychedelic Assisted Psychotherapy. While you talking about this, it's synchronicity all day long. Continue.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
very
yeah.
sick.
They got us. Yeah, they got us stuck on thinking that it's just mushrooms, but it's really not. Like, our ancestors definitely have indigenous herbs, and they'll take the extract of some of those indigenous herbs and put it into one. And what it does is, it increases your and cognitive. It strengthens your memory on like a whole nother level. So, say like, um, you don't know how to get the desired outcome that you want, but when you on that, you remember what to say, how things feel. Like it increases like your five senses for a certain amount of time. And when I was taking it, it actually had no side effects to it neither. So I just want you to know like what we
What
competing
taking
against,
what?
even when it comes. It's
Psilocybin?
a it's a liquid DMT. I think at
Wow.
the time my friend was getting it from Chinatown. But yeah, it's like basically in liquid form. Um,
But
he
I
really
heard
was
it's
like, yo,
scary. Then don't you die? Like your ego dies or something?
nah. That's going through ayahuasca. Like if you do like an ayahuasca ceremony or you get like a
Yeah.
certain frog bite, like in different cultures they have basically it's putting your body through a certain amount of stress. So and basically you see things, you hear things. It's a purge of your body. Basically, you're purging out different toxins of your body. But some people do typically have hallucination experiences and so on. It
Oh man,
increases the
right when
oxygen
you
to the brain.
dog, no shit, right when you said that, I've read research with classic hallucinations. You said
Yeah.
that as I was fucking
Wait a minute.
reading it.
Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Rodrigo, come off your mic real quick. What's up with you when the thumbs down? I'm not gonna play a game.
No, because
Come off
no,
your mic.
no,
Who are
because
you?
I don't like the fact that he's saying that white people are cheating. They're not
Nah,
cheating.
We
hold on,
are.
hold on. This that
Okay,
dude.
handle
I
him.
kicked his ass
Yeah,
out. That's that dude that be talking about he FDA.
yeah, the
He
zesty
keep
Puerto
changing
Rican.
his.
He
He keep
talks
changing
really
his picture.
fast.
He can't. He keep changing his picture, but he can't change that voice. He needs. Well, I'm not gonna say what he needs to
This
He
do.
this
sounds
one is
Y'all,
very
stalker.
nervous.
hey, keep cooking for Tyrone. We were had, but that's some evil spirit shit though. That really, Wani, that's some evil spirit shit. Because me and Tyrone was on. He was in complete lockstep synchronicity with what the fuck I'm reading. He
Listen,
kept
listen,
saying
and
words that I'm
really,
reading.
and really, look. The brain is a very powerful thing, right? So basically, like, how can I say this? Your experience will be synchronized when it comes to certain things when it's operating on a high alpha wave. Like we're electric beings, you know what I'm saying? This is something that they know too, and we operate on a certain type of voltage and a certain type of frequency. So the objective is to keep our frequency and our energy because it echoes. It's like an echoing system when you have an aura and stuff. So how we communicate with our hair and pheromones and so on, it's all a part of our nervous system. So yeah, I just say that to say like, yeah, they out here competing and they're using drugs and they're creating these drugs. That's why I just say, yo, it's $100 to create a microscope. To learn the different methods of scientific experimentation is not really a difficult thing neither. So I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate it, bro, and
Wait,
that
the
was
name of the
very
drug
interesting.
is DNT?
D M like Mary, T like Tom, D like dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, Now when they mix it to get the ayahuasca experience, is are they adding something else? Because I thought that combination was DMT.
Different plants basically they have different functions on the brain. So it's
Hey,
not just
Tyrone,
ayahuasca.
Tyrone, hold on 1 second. This is just freaking me out. I swear, I'm reading and highlighting paragraphs, and I was reading. I said, I'm reading silently. It says the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, parens DEA, currently classifies LSD and ayahuasca. And when I read ayahuasca, one, he said it. What does this mean? Keep going.
Oh yeah, basically, man, like, hey, I think we should definitely, long story short, get back to our cleansing ourselves because when we do cleanse ourselves and we purge ourselves of the purities, we have more of a clear perception on what to do, and it strengthens our willpower. Like a lot of this stuff makes us lazy, long story short, you know what I'm saying? So they have all of these temptations out here for us to that distract us and tempt us to eat food and certain things. Like the only time I'm really healthy is when like I don't have a job and I just stay home because I don't have nothing. Like I just start eating healthy. But when I go outside and I start smelling different foods, sometimes I take a little bite, but I notice the difference in how it makes me feel. So basically, like, you want to get more oxygen to the brain, and oxygen plays a huge role in our health. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying not to smoke and stuff like that, but we should definitely know what we're putting in our bodies, like, because we are more like, we have the willpower, we have everything that we need, and we really do know how to respond. It's just Things is slowing us up. They can't really stop us. They could just slow us up. That's all I want to say for real.
The black.
Okay, I was gonna ask Professor a question too. Since we somewhat in a new realignment, and because how I'm starting to look at it, it seems like because history repeats itself, but it's always slight alterations, and it seems like we're in the 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 new Negro movement, and
Right.
during that time they was pushing eugenics, and when it came down to that, it forced people to change a lot of things that they were doing. Like people coming from the South, they moved to the North and changed a lot of their ways because it was deemed to be country, or know what I'm saying, uh, kind of backwards. And that's what made a lot of people like cut their hair, use potato lotta to slick their hair back and gain the like Caucasian or the divine nine look so you can pass. Do you think that at this point in time this what's happening right now? And since majority of people coming from outside coming in that don't know our history and our culture, and they trying to blend in, is somewhat like a roadblock. And since we're doubling down on delineating and separating ourselves, you think that the government kind of know it's an issue at hand, but they trying to like reprioritize everything to make it seem like it's not the delineation that's more important. Is back to like the so-called human rights thing.
Well, I have a different. Yeah, I hear where you're going with it, and I think yeah, you're right. Mark Twain said history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, and we're in a rhythm right now. We're in a rhythm of the civil rights movement. But you know what, brother? I think it's gonna be better than the civil rights movement. Why? Well, because my grandmama used to say the devil, and this is my grandmama. She said the devil meant it for bad, but God meant it for good. That internet was created to spy on us, but it backfired because it brought us together. Um, and what am I saying? I'm saying that we have debunked so many different tactics used to hold us down. Whereas during the '60s, we were very powerful, but we were caught up in ideologies that were not necessarily helpful to us. They used to be like the black church used to be the place. The black church used to be revolutionary. They used to be where criminals, air quote criminals, um, went to seek refuge, where the homeless went to get fed, where children went to get learn about history. But the church was co-opted by agents in certain organizations and prosperity gospel and the like. Um, so what I'm saying is now we have a chance at having a resurgence of the civil rights movement that's supercharged with truth, um, wherein we got our news from each other, not from a corrupt um, a news conglomerate. So yeah, and we're a lot more intelligent. We're a lot wiser. We're avoiding certain pitfalls, and you add that all up and you put it in alignment with the age of Aquarius, which is dawning as we speak. It's the way it has to be. Next year, if you believe in numerology, 2025 is a nine. We're in an 8 year. Eight is the number of Christ. Where did I get eight from? Two, zero, two, four, 2024. Two plus zero is two. Two plus two is four. Four plus four is an eight. Eight doesn't exist. Eight is a sign of infinity. and infinity is either positive or negative. Uh, we're going into a nine. Nine is the number of completion. We're going to be in the age of Aquarius. You can't stop it. We're already here. You know, we're wide awake, and lies don't work anymore. We're entering into an exciting epoch, maybe a dangerous one, but hell, we've seen it all, right? What else could they put us through? I was, um, you know, during lecture today, I didn't really teach. I gave out a study guide for a final, and one of the kids turned on Endgame, not Endgame. What's the one? You know, Marvel, the real good one with Thanos. I forgot how good that movie was, and we watched that. And in one of the scenes, it was Spider-Man was in a bus, and they saw a UFO, and they all started freaking out. And the bus driver turned around and said, "What's wrong with y'all? Y'all never seen a UFO before?" And I said, "Hey, y'all know who that is?" And one of the bright students said, "That's Stan Lee." I was like, "Who's Stan Lee?" I said, "That's the dude who created Marvel." I paused it and reminded them that Stan Lee got his inspiration for creating the X-Men from Malcolm X and Dr. King and the Civil Rights Movement because we were fucking superheroes. That's a lot to say. That's a lot to acknowledge. We're like Wani said, we have all. We have it. We have it all encoded in our DNA. There's a scholar. His name escapes me. I'll find him and put him in Jumbotron. I got the video hidden somewhere. But this guy, Harvard and Stanford and the usual, not Harvard, Yale and Stanford and the usual suspects went out on in the 90s, early 90s, went out on a genome project just to prove how stupid we are. So they went and took blood. Wani's gonna love this. I don't think I told you this one, Wani. They went and took blood from people all across the country. They took blood actually from a orangutan, and I forgot the other monkey, maybe a gorilla. But I know it was an orangutan. They also took blood from every other group of people on the planet, and they compared the genome, and they were doing DNA sequencing, and they were doing it to prove how stupid we are. But the study backfired on them because what they found is the number of okay, so I'm about to talk a little math. If y'all remember probabilities of occurrence, P of V, the more
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
more numbers you have, the higher probability you have of different things happening. So I may be messing the study up, but I'm paraphrasing. The gentleman was like, they concluded that people in Europe, Europeans and Asians had like a DNA sequence of six, I think, which was six. The probability was six, which was basically the gentleman said an orangutan, which is really close to being human, believe it or not, has a DNA sequence of five. Number five probabilities. Um, I don't know if it's five like helixi, or however you say it. I don't know, but just five. And Europeans had like
Okay.
six, according to the study, and Asians maybe had six or seven, six, something like that. And they found Africans, they were like around seven, six, seven, you know, but it was a special group they found in sub-Saharan Africa. This in Khoisan, one. They had a DNA sequence of nine, and they did testing in Chicago and the States. And guess what our DNA sequence was? It was nine. And this PA, and what Yale did right away when they concluded that was they patented the study so they lock it away and lock and key and nobody could get it. But this professor got a copy. I forgot how he got a copy, but he got that shit real quick. And he released a video on it, and he was saying our DNA sequence makes is why we have so many geniuses because we have a higher probability of occurrence. P of V is what mathematicians call it. We have a higher probability of having different outcomes. Michael Jordan comes from that nine. Onthespotts comes from that nine. and that's why they hate. Cause we can
Whitney Houston.
comes from that nine, and we about to go into a 9 year. What that mean? Is that the year of us? I digress.
Yo, I wanted to build in that one part too. Like, unfortunately, the Caucasian man, they have fur, and other people they have fur. Like we're the only ones that really have hair, and I think we need to identify that so we could understand like hair definitely affects our nervous system and how we respond to situations too. I land on that.
Well, they actually
Are
have,
humanoids.
everyone has mutated hair. Straight hair is a gene mutation. So,
Now that sounded misnomer, but believe it or not, that was synchronicical because the hair on top of our head looks like a DNA double hit. It makes perfect sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
White people are humanoids.
Yeah, I just feel like us understanding why it's like that and then how it affects the brain could give us more insight into their actions and their behaviors. You know what I'm saying? Including when it comes to the lips as well. Lips are very important, and also nostrils. And then when we really understand that, I think it would change how we kind of view them as well because there's explanations for these things. You know.
Oh yeah,
The 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 Ashkenazis are albinos, and that's why they hate white people because white people aren't humans. They're humanoids.
I can't hear you.
I
yeah, I
said
can
that
barely hear him.
the Ashkenazis, they are albinos. If you look up their DNA, it says that they're albino. But the white Anglo
Where are you
people,
getting this from?
you could look it up. If you
Look
just
up
look up
what?
are Ashkenazis albino? Do Ashkenazis have
But
albino
all of
DNA?
they all have that's okay.
No, no,
The white
because
skin is a form of albinism, so is the
the
blue eyes and
Anglos
hair.
the Anglos don't have
Yes, they
albino
do.
DNA
Yes, they do.
because they're
Yes, they
humanoids. They come
do.
from
Yes, they
Caucasia,
do.
from
No, they
Eurasia.
don't. No.
Brother,
Yeah, they do.
don't take it personally. I appreciate your submission and your passion, but in this space we kind of got to back up what we say with scholarship. That's what Wanda was kind of asking you. And if you can prove your point, we'll all shut up. But on our
So why
space,
do
we
we call people Caucasians?
Wani.
I didn't say that they weren't from the Caucasus and from the steppe region, but I said they do all have a form of albinism. It's not just one group. It's everybody with that skin color.
Okay, I personally don't agree with that one because I feel like the Anglos are the people, the hairy people that we see. They've been documented throughout history. They were initially referred to as the wild men, and when people refer to them, they refer to them as wild animals because they said that they did not have a soul.
What year?
You said what year?
What time frame are you speaking about?
Well, see, the time frame is kind of obscure, because it's not it's looked at as a you have a lot of factual sciences out here that are looked at as pseudoscience because it does not fit in with the colonizer education that's taught in schools. So it's not widely accepted by, mainstream European science. So, it's very obscure. But I mean, they're documented because you always have people
You're
ask us
saying
where.
that they were called wild men. When were they called wild men? Are you speaking about another species of man?
Yeah, well, another that's what they were called. They weren't really looked at as a species of
Are
man.
you
They were
speaking about Neanderthals?
no, no, not Neanderthals. No, no, not
Well,
Neanderthals.
when were they called wild men?
this was, I mean, the time that they were documented was sometime, before the medieval times.
A
Like,
vagabond?
You talking about barbarians?
no, no, not barbarians. They were called wild men. They were referred to as like wild men, like as they were referred to as non-humans. They were looked at as kind of like
Well, they were
wild
humans.
animals.
They
A
weren't.
vagabond.
They were not any different than the other people you mentioned, and they
You
all
mean
had a form of albinism. Albinism is like dwarfism. There's different versions of it. They have a persistent case of it with the blonde hair. Blue eyes are one step away from pink eyes, as a matter of fact. That's how they do that blue eye surgery. They just remove your pigment. We all have blue eyes under the brown eyes.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
Well,
if
they
you,
have a specialized gene called hypertrichosis, and it's what makes the hair grow all over the body. And it is mainly a European gene. It's mainly a gene that occurs um among among people of
okay, I'm
Europe
following you on that, but why did you just single out the Ashkenazi Jews for albinism when they all have the same
because
situation?
I don't really refer to the Anglos as being
Are you a Hebrew
albinos
Israelite? Hold on,
because
hold on. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
no.
No, I'm sorry.
Because they make up stuff like this too.
No, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but I do study the
Okay,
Torah
now, okay. What does that have to do with hairy white guys?
because when you look around, you have to decipher certain things. So when you take a look at the relationship between Jewish people and white people do not believe that Jewish people are of the same species as them. Why is that? That is for a reason. It is
Species or ethnicity?
they don't feel like they are the same species as them because they are not the same species as us. They're not the same species as black people. They
Are Africans the same species as Black Americans?
Yes, they are the same species.
No, they're
No,
not.
they're not. No, they're not.
Not at all.
Absolutely not.
Dr. Chancellor
So
Williams proves
so
it.
are
We're
you the
not even
same
the,
race
we're
as the
not even the
Cohesion?
same. We're not even the same race.
Yeah, Dr. Chancellor
Yeah, that's
Williams.
what I said. I said we are a different race, but I said we are the same species.
I
Hold,
don't
hold
know
on,
that.
hold on. We don't just. And I know you're new. You just learning, but we don't just blurt. That's one of the problems with our group is people blurt stuff out and it confuses. One purpose I want to have is to try to I'm here to learn. I'm a lifetime learner, but we need to back it up with some reliable source. Now you said that um, we're the same with the African group. Now,
No,
But
first
no,
question.
let's
no,
hold
no,
on.
no. I was answering the
Hold
question
on. Let's clarify. We're all Homo sapiens, so we're all the same species.
Yep.
So, are you
well.
saying that we're the same ethnicity as Africans?
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that as the melanated umbrella has different races, but we are one species. Like we have the Khoisan, they are part of the melanated species, but they are a different race. And then you have just different
A
races
different race of from who with the Khoisan?
from the melanated species, like from melanated people,
So
like
you're
people.
saying they're a different species from the other Africans over there that are not
No,
Khoisan?
no, I'm saying they're a different race. They're like all melanated
Yeah,
people
they
are the
are
same
different. They're not
species.
even listed as sub-Saharan Africans, believe it or not, with National Geographic's genome.
Well, you have to take into account that white science is flawed. You cannot
Yes, it
really.
is. It's a lot of theories. Now let's go on to.
It's a lot of
It's
theories presented
others.
as fact. That's the thing. It's
Right.
theories presented as fact.
Let's go on to the. So you're trying to separate the European as being another species from us?
Yes,
And what about this Ashkenazi Jew?
Ashkenazis are albinos.
They're all albinos by that standard.
No, no, Ashkenazis are albinos by eugenics. Like they bred inbred with each other to keep the albino mutation going, as opposed to
They
white
all
people.
did that.
As
They're
opposed
all
to white
white.
people,
How
Caucasians.
did you pick them out for this?
You
Why are
said what?
you why are you selecting that
Where did
particular
you learn that?
group?
This is all self research. I mean, it's not like you can go in a white history
Where?
book.
You can't just
No,
make up your
brother.
own stuff.
That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work here, man. Like I'm trying to give you a chance to spread your wings and fly, but that's not gonna work. You gotta back it up with some reliable source. Just you gotta give me a source. Give me a name. Hell, I want a page number. I'm giving page numbers. Give me a name and page number. So,
If you look up the genetics of Anglo-Saxon Caucasians, they do not have the same amount of albino DNA that Ashkenazi people have.
according to who? According to what
They have
side?
they classify their archaic DNA as Neanderthal. That is the DNA that they say that they have. That
I can't handle it no more. I can't handle it. Like you just can't walk around saying stuff. It don't work that way. It don't. Back it up.
Or does he
Professor,
ever
can you speak
provide
up a little
sources?
bit? We
Because
can
I heard
hardly hear
him.
you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
He's
I'm
mumbling.
speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah. Does he ever? Does this guy ever provide sources
No.
when he speaks? The guy who just left. Okay.
Can y'all hear me now?
I was
No.
trying to feel sorry for him. I was trying to take up for him a little bit, but he needs to provide sources.
Yeah, if you can
He's
hear me,
still
brother.
here?
Who?
Is, is he here?
I didn't kick him out. I dropped him down. He may have left,
Oh, so
but
basically, oh,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Juan. Oh, all I was gonna say is you're welcome to come back, brother. I warned you like several times to back it up with back up your statements with scholarship. Because it we just that's a rule. That's one of the rules here is you just can't say stuff. You got to back it up. Go ahead, Juan.
I was just gonna say that the Neanderthal statements don't hold up because of the Negritos and the Australian natives have lots of Neanderthal and Denisovan genetics. So that's not making them wild and hairy or another species and have light skin because those people are very brown.
So he's just connecting that together and assuming that that's the reason why, Wani, right?
I guess, but I don't know why he's, separated this particular group of Jews other than getting the pseudo information from the Hebrew Israelites. They make up stuff too. Like there's 12 tribes and the Argentinians and all these people are our brothers and it's like Argentina people are like a bunch of Italians and
German.
yeah, everybody. All the Nazis went down there. It's like, who's the indigenous people that we're related to that's one of the Hebrew Israelites? Tell me about it. And they named a lot of countries that don't have anybody melanated. And Mexicans are not our part of our tribe. Haitians are not part of our tribe. It's just ridiculous. I know that's that Hebrew Israelite stuff.
Mm,
And Professor doesn't want to harbor an environment where we cause confusion. So
no.
I can understand, but yeah.
Yeah, we're at a point now where we need to build, and I need to learn. I want to know. Information is power. When you get up there just talking about how you feel, and That's all well and good. And sometimes people, if you're the way the rule goes is if you're a respected scholar in your field, you can say a thing or two without evidence. Like our sister Wani, she brings up anthropology. She has a degree in it. Um, but just when you make wild claims, you gotta back it up. When you make a wild claim, I want to believe you, and I want to look it up myself. I want to know more. You know, like brother to
Also, if you make wild claims and someone who is educated in the field, if they try to correct you, just try to learn something from them. Sometimes you just have to sit back and tell yourself, hey, I don't know everything.
yeah.
I know I don't know everything. So sometimes I'm just very quiet and I just sit back and listen. And I stop trying to do all the talking and I let people who really know what they're talking about do the talking.
Oh yeah, I think it's so exciting to learn new things. Like it's a new book to get, and it takes me down a whole nother pathway. You know, that's it's fun. But then again, going back to what uh, was it Neely Fuller? No, it's Dr. John Henry. Both of them really. Neely Fuller called it the "look at me" factor. Look at me, and Dr. John Henry Clark called it ego starvation. Obviously, we're a bunch of nines in here. Even the gentleman that was talking without scholarship, obviously, he's very bright. He's a nine. And what we went through in this United States of America is teachers that didn't look like us shutting us up. And what I found out as a scholar, ladies and gentlemen, working in the school system, working in some of the colleges, is black children are shushed out of it's a jealousy thing going on. But as a child, you don't recognize it that way. You recognize it as, oh shit, I must be stupid. That's how I recognize it. I was always interested in science, and my daddy put me in a really fancy. I need to tell him thank you tonight for doing that. Worked at a gas station, worked at McDonald's to put me and my sister in a fancy high school, all white high school. And I was so into. We used to sit down and watch Star Trek, and I wanted science. I wanted physics, and I tried to get in that physics class, and it was like I said a bad word. They were like, basically, no, niggas
Hmm.
don't do physics. They put me in theater and
Oh, that's
football.
Well,
crazy.
we have all those
That's
astronauts.
crazy.
Right, but
We
that,
That's
calculated the moon
crazy.
landing, but we have nothing to do with physics. Okay.
but you know what? As an adult,
Mm.
I think I'm viewing it that way. I think that these, a lot of Caucasian educators and scholars like know who we are, and they're like, no, 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 I'm not letting you get in there. You're not gonna Michael Jordan physics. No, no, no. But as a child,
Slam dunk.
you don't realize it. But the dangerous thing is, as a child, what does Dr. Amos Wilson say? You inculcate it. You say, "Oh well, shit. I guess not." Like me, when they didn't let me get in physics, I said, "Well, shit. I guess I'm dumb." That stole years out of my life. You know what I'm saying? Stole years.
Has your
So
father been listening to us talk?
nah, Dad is in. He's in
Oh,
Alabama.
he only listens when you're there.
Yeah, I gotta get him an iPhone.
Oh, he needs a different phone.
Yeah,
Okay, then I don't feel insulted.
I'm gonna get him one. He loves listening to y'all.
Hey, I have a question for y'all.
Yeah.
Go
Have
ahead,
y'all
brother.
have you ever been to New Orleans?
Love it.
Yes.
Yo, have y'all
Grew
does
up
that
there.
I love it too. Does that bar that sells blood, does it really sell blood to
Oh
the white
Lord.
people
Tua.
that eat there?
Oh
I
my
ain't never
God.
been there. Mm-mm.
I don't
Yeah,
hang out
it's
in bloody places.
I'm
That's
just saying
from
like
True Blood,
that's
right? True Blood.
Is that a is that like a vampire hangout or like what?
I just seen the store. I didn't go in. I'm black. I ain't go in. But it was like we sell pints of blood. I've never been in there, so I
Mm.
can't speak on it.
Excuse me?
What are you talking about?
In New
Where is
Orleans in the French
this?
Quarters.
I
Where is
think Seven
this?
Board from Seven Board. You from
Man,
New
hold on.
Orleans,
Let
right?
me see if I can find it right now.
Hold up. You going off now.
Nah, hold on. Let me find out what
He's
it's
gonna
called.
make
'Cause it's
he's
there.
gonna make me start defending Vlad Dracul again.
Let me see.
You know I'm his lawyer, right?
Put on the jumbotron.
Oh
New Orleans. Watch, it's gonna come up too. I bet. Hold on. New.
It's called Vampire Cafe in the French
Lord.
Quarter. And so basically it doesn't seem real. It's just some type of restaurant. It's more like a role play. type of thing. It's food that's colored that way. It's not real blood.
Yes, it's
Now I
just
want to go.
Kool-Aid. It's
Okay.
Kool-Aid,
Okay.
guys.
Cool. Cool. Okay. Cool. My fault. My fault.
You should have gone
Yeah.
in there. Don't you
My
like goth girls?
my
Nah, I don't mess
homeboy
with stuff like that. I see stuff
You
like that. I ain't going.
you
my
don't like
homeboy
black lipstick?
Nope. Nope. I'm good. I like my
Black
black women. FBA. You know what I'm talking about? That's it.
when my homeboy took me to New Orleans. He's from Metairie, from the swamp. He's like, man, you need to check out New Orleans, baby. So I went down there. I was like, fuck it, let me see what it's about. I went down there. We went during Christmas break, and we were kicking in at Tulane. And it wasn't, all the kids were gone. The Tulane campus is real pretty, and it was fucking cats walking every direction. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. Just stray cats just walking every which way on the campus. And this cat, this black cat, was looking at me, mean mugging me and shit. And I walked up on him. He didn't run away. I ain't never seen no shit like that. So I took my camera and I took a picture of him. And I looked at the viewfinder and it was jet black. And I took another picture of him. The viewfinder was jet black. And my homeboy was like, "Man, take your lens cap off." I was like, "My lens cap's in my pocket." So I took a picture of the building, perfect picture. Took a picture of the car, perfect picture. Took a picture, got real up close to that cat. He was mean mugging me like a dude that wanted to fight. Took a picture, and the viewfinder was black. And my homeboy was like, "Man, you need to go. Hey man, we need to go. That ain't no cat." He said the shit was
That
a
that is
shapeshifter.
weird.
Yeah.
That's definitely that's strange. Okay, Mr. X.
Peace, peace. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, yep. I just came back in the room because I had to step out because I had to do something real quick. But I came back in. Apparently, somebody had said was talking about the origin of white people. Is that correct?
I don't know. He just said that the Ashkenazi Jews were albinos and not the other white people.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, we were talking about hair versus fur too. So that's how that
Hmm.
came to be.
okay. No, I'm interested in like that topic right now. I'm kind of learning more about it, so I just kind of wanted to add a little bit to it and see what y'all thought about it because I think they're like the timelines don't really add up as far as what they're saying about vitamin D, in my opinion, because black people were in Europe for so long, and for them to just come out of nowhere, um, from only 6 to 10,000 years ago, um, I feel like the mutation should have happened a lot sooner. If that were the case, I do feel like they're a grafted people, just from like my rudimentary understanding of like I guess genes or whatever. Like, um, if you have like what is it a hetero a het if you have uh, a dominant gene and a recessive gene, the dominant gene is always going to win, right? So the only way that you could have a population with um, as many like recessive genes as a white person has is I feel like it has to be like literally grafted, just simply due to how genes work. Like you literally have to um what is it called? Breed for it. Um I'm trying to figure out a great way to explain it. So like
What you're saying is true, and there's a couple of shows that talk about how they really feel that they were grafted, like you say. They were altered. They spliced something else into them. And these are just white scientists. Wow, there's a lot of noise on the stage.
that's probably
But
I'm driving right now, so I'm
oh,
outside and I'm
it sounds windy.
Yeah, he's probably driving.
Sorry.
Yeah,
You got to
yeah.
get those noise canceling headphones like the professor had. I mean, he was like driving and nobody we couldn't hear anything.
So
It
white
was
people are aliens?
crazy.
Is that it?
Well,
I mean, that's what
mm,
Well,
they're
we not.
no.
I would
saying.
say this. We're not gonna say that, but y'all history do. Their history only
We're
goes
all
back like six
aliens.
thousand years.
I would argue that we're all aliens. We're on a
Mm,
planet, and we're on a planet in outer space right now. So
yep.
whatever. And we
My
have.
question. My question to like a Caucasian person is like, if y'all was only here 6,000 years, yeah, history only go back 6,000 years. Why is that? That's and I still am trying. There's different theories. I can't say that I got the right one. You know what I'm saying? But
Because those mutations started, like you said, between 10 and 7,000 years ago. So they didn't exist. Those mutations simply did not exist. So they couldn't have been doing anything. There's no Fred Flintstone, nothing. They didn't exist. And
is
they
it
weren't
possible?
Wouldn't
here.
it
Is it possible to say that they were quarantined or no?
quarantine or
Um,
living in a cave? Because there's like, if you think about it, if you were living in a cave for many
no,
generations,
caves are not, caves are fine.
well,
Everybody was
wouldn't it
living
change
in a
the color of your
cave.
skin to white if you were living in a
No,
cave for a long time?
calm down. Calm down a moment. Calm down
So
a minute.
so
No,
like what
there's
I've been
nothing.
learning.
There's nothing wrong with caves. I just want to throw that out there. Think about it.
Yeah,
Would you rather?
Let Wani have the
Would you
floor.
rather? Most people lived in caves because why not? It's got a ceiling, walls, and a floor versus your teepee. So it's actually a very good place to live. And all of the hominids were up in there, living together. So all of our jokes about white people living in caves is not really accurate because everybody was living, all the hominids were living in caves. And their jokes about people living in huts are not very accurate because the Vikings came from huts. The Germanic people came from huts and toppled the Roman, Western Rome. So everybody making jokes about each other is actually was actually wrong because they had huts and all that talk about togas. I mean, about men wearing uh, tunics. They had on togas and tunics. Everybody did. In fact, they didn't even discover pants until they went on the Silk Road and, Central Asian people ride horses and they had some pants. And that's how pants came along. So these people talking all these things and they're actually doing the same things. Caves are fine, huts are fine, and pants are fine. Okay, who is next? Go ahead, Mr. X. Sorry for that segue.
No, I loved it, Wani.
Okay, was the person who was talking before? Were
I
they
think it
done
was
talking? Was
Mr.
that Mr.
X.
X or go ahead, Mr. X?
Okay, yeah, I'll be short. I know the background noise is bad, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of somebody asked like how they did it. My understanding is, they basically just through like selective breeding and then killing off the darker people. So like the way genes work is dominant will always go over the recessive. But sometimes when the parent gives the kid two recessive genes, that's how a recessive trait is born. Um, so basically, they just selected um, if two because okay, it's gonna be a lot to explain on this call. So I'm gonna just end it. But basically, they got it from just selective breeding and keeping the lighter and killing off the darker. Peace.
That
I'll
makes
say that.
sense. That makes sense.
Now, why would someone want to make a group of people that have skin that is not resistant to the sun, and every feature about them is not something that Darwin would have thought would be a good adaptation?
because they persecute albino people in Africa.
Um, okay, did that
In
answer my question?
Tanzania. Nah, but it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I see you going, Wani. I don't know.
They eat them.
Yeah,
That's not really related to the question.
but how does that benefit to make this species of people with the whiter skin?
He was resentful about something. I don't know exactly what the real reason
Is
is.
this the Yakub thing?
Yeah,
That's what
Yo,
I'm
yeah,
no,
hearing.
yeah.
not. I'm
You
not.
know
I
the
don't.
Kufi time
I'm
is
not
here.
talking about it.
Look, I'm not 100% against. I think elements of Yakub could possibly be true. I do think there was some splicing going on. Whether the guy had a big head, I don't know.
Yakub did look like an alien.
He really did.
Okay, since we on some Yaku, okay, the eugenics movement. You know the Cabbage Patch babies in the orphan trains. There might be a little validity to that because you know they had incubator babies that they were selling at the world fairs. I posted a couple of brochures in advertisements that they had during that time.
What?
Yeah, they was
Yeah,
during the early 1920s all the way up to
but
about the like 30s.
that
Europeans
was just to
were
cure
selling.
sick babies.
No, no,
That was just to cure sick
because
babies.
an incubator. You know what I'm saying? That this where like the term test tube babies came from them because you know they was doing experiments in they were breeding farms in Europe during that time during the war. So I mean, that was probably like a new version of Yakub. They were just trying to live it out at that time during the Nazis.
And all the experiments that the Harlem Hellfighters have found too.
Oh,
Very interesting.
and another thing, the clip you was talking about, that was Dr. Edward Robinson. I posted it in the chat too
Oh,
about the genetics.
yeah, the DNA sequence. That sounds right.
Yeah,
That was Edward. Right.
yeah.
Love it. Appreciate it, brother.
So
I see.
it's hard to say because it looks like a wave of the lighter skin happened among East Asians and Europeans. They both they had a skull morphology and different dental patterns, and their skin got lighter. Everybody's hair got straight except for ours. I don't know what happened to them, but they did. They all have that mutation. They have four common mutations in blue eyes, blonde hair, straight hair, and white skin. And Asians have the lighter skin and the straight hair. So I'm
So
not sure what's going on.
why do you think they have underground cities like Kuyu in like Eurasia and they don't even know who lives there?
That's very interesting. That's a mystery. Probably hiding from somebody acting up on the top level. Um, I don't know.
Isn't
What
it kind
about
of like the troglodytes?
Hiding?
what about the statues of all like the hairy white people and then the drawings that they have of them?
What do you mean?
Like they
You
have like
mean half ape looking people?
yeah, like no, like the ancient drawings of like white people, they have like the whole families of like depicting them living in caves
I
and then
don't.
they have like statues of them as like
Can you
hairy.
show? Can you show it to me? Because I don't. I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I have been to a beach in Greece and I saw some hairy tops of arms. Is that what you're talking about? Big hairy bats?
I think he
Big
probably
hairy
talking about.
reptiles?
I think he probably talking about the pictures of like in them old manuscripts where they got hairy people and people with their face on the body.
Their face on the body?
Wait,
Yeah, you
are
ain't
we?
never seen one of them little world maps where in certain parts of Europe and India they got like a person with one foot and and like
Okay.
some wolf men. Yeah, I'm gonna post a little map in the chat
I gotta see this
because
because I like to look at old maps because there's a map that said here be monsters and there's lots of maps that say there's a whole bunch of monsters in different places. So I
I,
don't know which those.
I
Posted pictures in the chat.
I think it was
Thanks.
just their imagination on how they interpret inbred people and people with like different what we call
No,
genetic diseases today. Because
no,
uh,
no.
inbred people you can have a one eye baby if you sleeping with your cousin. So I feel like it was just they how they depicted, you know what I'm saying, inbreds when they went to
No.
India because that area was mostly inbred. I mean, if you say no, post it in the chat.
I posted it. I posted it. That's why I was saying go take a look at it. They actually depict them pretty much either they're saying they either were killing them off if they didn't want to convert, or and they have pictures of them being converted from hairy men to pretty much being civilized.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you come into a area and you see some inbred people and you don't know how to describe what they look like, you don't have the words that we have today to describe them. You gonna say there's a man beast. You gonna say
Can you send me where these pictures come from? Because it's just pictures of hairy people, and I don't know what the context is, but I'm interested. I'll tell you
Sure.
that.
Yeah, I will.
So, can you tell me what you know about them? They were hairy. We got that, and people were trying to convert them to Christianity.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I'm still learning myself, but I'm just saying that this
Was
is
it a
clear.
group of them or just one hairy
I,
guy?
because I mean, there are accounts of certain people that they call wild people, throughout
You
history,
mean feral people? Yeah, there's feral people.
but they said that they referred to them as being non-human because they said that they did not have a soul. They kind of or
Well,
were fully hairy and associated in tribes and were
so there were
hairy.
multiple. So there was more than one. We established, okay, so that's a good sign. We've established that it's not just one hairy guy that got messed up in the woods. It's a group, correct?
I'm guessing so. A race of beings.
Hmm. Well, we do have different hominids on the earth. Maybe this is a leftover. And I don't, like I said, I don't know the time frame. I don't know anything. So that's what I wanted you to send me more information so I
Well,
can look
I'm
into
saying myself that I don't really have the time frame because I mean, we're dealing with a lot of hidden history. We're dealing with Europeanized history that's pretty much made in the favor that the story that they want to be told. So it's not like
it.
we have a lot of our historians with boots on the ground
Mm-hmm.
doing their own history.
Yeah, we're trying to work it out. Go ahead, Mikhail.
Greetings, family. See, we have the great, magnanimous brother, Professor, our wonderful Queen Sister Nikki, and the Oracle Wani, and the great black great ones of the great ones. So this is definitely an interesting discussion, and yes, we've been down this labyrinth before, and and we did talk about the Cro-Magnon that uh, left East Africa. We do know that the oldest skull found of the Cro-Magnon, of course, is from East Africa. And we did talk about the migration path of that particular Cro-Magnon down what
would be considered the White Nile into an area today known as Nigeria. We talked about that and how that group of people uh, uh, correlated with another group of people in that region that possessed what we call today or know today as ghost DNA. And that mutation created what we know as the Neanderthal and the Denisovan. And we're talking approximately 200,000 years ago. That mutation uh, migrated across the Mediterranean, the coast of the Mediterranean, uh, across the islands that were in that region that were already populated, by the way, by a very advanced civilization, and continued into the area, what we would call the Aegean Sea, and up into the Caspians. And remember, the word Kaz is the word that at that particular time that the Kus referred to
Hey,
those
what's going on?
considered,
What are we talking about?
considered albinoids, right? So these people were mongoloid type, but they were also still melanated at that particular point in time, but their features were completely distorted, very monster like. And those were the people who populated the region that we will call Mongol or Mongolia. And you'll find that in that region, uh, you know, Kazakhstan, Tibet specifically, those areas, you will find a high population of those who carry that R1 haplogroup from, of course, rhesus monkey. But you'll also find that these people have a very strong fascination of what we call monkeys or monks, right? Who they, of course, worship and deify. And of course, the monkeys, that particular type, have more rights than people itself, right? But if you Google Tibetan creation myths, you will find some measure of truth and I would say synchronicity with regard to this flood myth, this creation myth that is consistent with the Atlantean story, as consistent with later mythological religious story. And perhaps I can just read a paragraph of the creation myth. In the Tibetan creation
Please do.
myth, it is believed to be the monkey ancestor of the Tibetan people. This creation myth Fa Chogen Changchup Simpa. Many versions of this myth have been presented. In the most widely accepted version, the monkey ancestor arrived in Tibet when the world was covered in water and had children that were baby monkeys. These children eventually learned how to use tools, harvest crops, and became self-sufficient. And then it gives you another version, which they consider to be the most, like this, says the Tibetan people are said to be descendants of the civilization. Many traditional Tibetan myths are based on its unique landscape being located atop a plateau and amongst many mountains. Now, bear in mind, in the Christian or the biblical relation myth, that ark ended up at the top of that mountain. What is it, Mount Arafat or something like that? And that, I believe, is supposed to be in Tibet, in that region. Some of these notable myths include wild men of the Tibetan steppes, which tells the tale of groups of hairy, wild men that were said to be living on the peaks of Tibet amongst the snow and mythical white lions. They were said to be very hairy, naked savages by some, and the Mongolians refer to them as wild men or bambushi. Others have said that the footprints of these supposed wild men were actually from bears. Right? This myth, which concerns monks that are confined within a dark, stony wall space, only enough to fit one person, and will meditate in that small space for the whole of their lives. So they sort of merged this hairy barbarian beast like human, which of course the people of Kemet and Kush called the hairy barbarians or the sea peoples, into the mythological uh, beast like monkey who migrated into that area and had children during this creation myth, and and of course with this flood. So um, most of your albino or your albino types, of course, many of them are found in Tanzania, but most of them are found in the northern region of India, Tibet, Kazakhstan, that area. So that's sort of like the closest we found to the origin story of the so-called albinoid. And we're still researching, and but we know that they would be the hairy barbarian, the sea people, the ones who were the steppe descendants and have some traits of rhesus monkey as well as dog. And you heard in that mythological tale, they mentioned the bear. And the bear, of course, is not of the same breed as the dog, but you know they have similar features or similar attributes. So they're probably talking about a wolf of some sort. So that's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, family, and all that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Housing. Appreciate the clarity because we kind of drifted into that conversation from nowhere.
I'm still gonna add on now.
Go ahead.
The story I had when I was younger, being I'm from New York and stuff, how the 5%ers describe the how the white man was created. They used to say, what was that? Yakuza, the mad scientist, and what did they say? It's in their lessons. I'm not a 5%er, but it's in their lessons, and they used to say that. Well, they still say it today that it was a black mad scientist, and he was light skinned babies. I mean, albino baby came out of a black woman. I forgot how he described it. Well, anyway, he kept breeding them, breeding them, breeding them, and they knew this individual was evil. So they borrowed him from out of Africa, and he shot north, way up into the Caucasus Mountains and stuff. And they said that's one of the dogs used to protect them because they used to hunt them. They said they was evil. It was just this is how they described it. But the brother that just spoke on about it, he wasn't too far off. He was right on point. And one of the things that they used the dog because the dog was protection because they knew they was being hunted. And you got to hear 5% to talk about it, and it's crazy. And one of the places they always talk about is the Caucasus Mountains. Seems like that's your area right there, ain't it, Wani? The Caucasus Mountains. Being
What do
that
you mean?
geographically, like a lot of geographical places, right?
They're from, you would say Caucasus and the steppe region. So the Caspian steppe and the
Okay,
Caucasus have
okay,
their ancestors in. They're very, very tied to Central Asia, which is kind of amazing.
right. But the brother that just spoke, he was definitely on point.
Mm-hmm.
He just came from a different perspective, but yeah, and they was talking about with the recessive gene, they're not gonna last long. The 6,000 years, their time is up. They dying off, and this is how the gods talk about it. You got to go to some of the ciphers down there in Harlem on 123rd Street. They don't have them like they used to, but they have a lot of ciphers down there,
Mm-hmm.
and they always discuss, the Caucasus Mountains and how Yakuza created this evil person, which they said is a white person. You have never heard that story
Well,
before?
yeah, yeah, we heard it. But here's the thing.
Right, break it down.
While they said that, and Yakub looks like an alien, you got people that are scientists saying that aliens abducted people and spliced in other DNA and created people with varying amounts of alien DNA. So it's kind of the same story, and it's pretty interesting because they're not talking about Yakub,
Right.
but they're saying an alien, which Yakub looks like an alien, and they're also saying splice.
Gene
So it's
splicing, yep.
getting very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, yes, it is, definitely. Everybody got a little to add on to about this, what's really going on. And when the aliens come to play, people mention aliens. I, for one, always think that we're not the only ones here. I think, I always thought that, always. So,
Yeah, when I hear the word indoctrination, it just does something to my soul. Like, you know what I'm saying?
right.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? Break that down.
Like indoctrination. Like, why
I
would
know
you
what
want
it
to teach?
means, but from what
Oh no,
point you
not you,
coming
not
from?
you, not
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah. Like, yeah, no, no, you straight,
In the
you straight.
context of what we were saying, though.
Like the word indoctrination. Like, why would you want to indoctrinate native people of all these lands? Like, come together and like colonize them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Just when I hear
Power and
indoctrination,
control, brother.
yeah, that's so. I don't know. When I hear the word, it sounds like yeah, like you said, power and control. I land. I don't want to say too much on it because it gets spooky. You know what I'm talking about?
It does get spooky.
You know
Uh,
what's wild? The the rituals around this time that they do in Europe around that area, the steppe area, where they dress up like during this time. You know, they dressing up as crumpets and all the type of little wild little stories that they have. Cause it I forgot what area in Europe it is, but they dress up as like little wolf men and go around and do like some a booga 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 type shit to all the kids. So and I just want to know, like, is that them trying to? Because I know it's still trying to
what
reenact.
holiday is it? What holiday is this? Did I miss a holiday? I think I did.
I don't know, but I posted a little picture of like the little wild men that the Moors was supposed to be battling, and like the little tapestry that they have in Europe that they preserve, and it's connected to how some of their rituals that they still do today during this time of the year during Christmas. You know, you ain't never seen one of them little crumpets outfits they be wearing. They be
Hey,
all
hey,
they
bro,
be
hey,
having
bro, I stay in
horns.
Georgia. Yo, I see
Oh,
them
Just
do, bro,
grumpus.
bro,
I
Grumpus.
posted
bro, I
pictures
stay
of
in
the.
Georgia. Oh,
I
my fault,
got
y'all.
it.
I just wanted to add on to him real quick. He right. They be doing little rituals like
Mhm.
Avondale in Georgia. I used to do sanitation in Avondale. Anybody that knows Avondale in Georgia, they have their own police and their own sanitation. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen laboratories in these people's backyard. They have their own communities of like whether it's like CIA agents or whatever. Like you interact with some of them. Some of them they come outside while they greet you, you got their garbage or whatever. You might talk to them a little bit. So yeah, they got like their own community. And yeah, it's just they be having laboratories, but damn, I wanted to say something. Ooh, because it's two things that I noticed. This other thing is completely off topic. But damn, go ahead. I missed it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they be dressed up like little trolls and do little parades, and they have like little horns. It's crazy because the city that he just said, and it's another little city that's trying to do it and try to add it to like their yearly thing that they do, dressing up as like little trolls and little weird stuff. So it kind of
What?
tie into what you said earlier, how different immigrants try to force their culture and the things that they do, their
Mhm.
rituals on us, and make it seem normal.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to say. They do tree rituals. They actually do tree rituals in Avondale. I don't see them doing any other place, but
And
I've
what is
seen
that? What's that like?
like they just be around a tree. From what I seen, it was just like around a tree. So I'm walking and they had like different fruits and stuff there on the tree. This is before I got more information on Ife, but like they was doing something. I didn't stay too long because I was like, it's kind of iffy. But they do tree rituals, and in New York, the Jewish people they follow the lunar calendar. When I was younger, my grandmother used to take care of Jewish people, and they go off the moon. That's all I gotta say. But people definitely be doing rituals and stuff like that. They definitely be doing that for sure.
Hey, I have a
That's
question.
where Ring Around the Rosies come from. The little tree ritual he talking about, the ring around the rosy, a pocket full of
Mhm.
balls. Yeah, it's what they used to do during the Black Plague, and they was burying so many dead.
Mhm.
Ashes, ashes, you all fall down. That's in England. That was in
Prof,
London, right?
I have a
Mhm.
question for Professor Awani or Nikki. What does the word doc mean? Like doctor?
Doc.
Yeah,
Relating to doctor?
yeah, because you got doctor, indoctrinate. Like, what is the word
No,
doc?
I don't know. You want me to look it up?
If you can, if you know some type of relation to it. I'm hands are tied up right now.
Okay. Who's next? I'm gonna look it up and you can still talk.
Anybody?
I know I posted in the chat like the little picture of the little men with no heads riding on a little unicorn or a little goat, whatever it is. And the little battle of them, the wild men and the Moors. And when you look at it, it's like it compared to the things that they do in their little rituals, it do kind of add up to why they keep some of these customs.
Reminds you of Halloween, right?
Yeah, I mean what's the name of the little assistant that Santa Claus have in they little part of the world? I know it's like a little. It's supposed to be like a little black Moorish
The
dude.
North Pole?
No, like in Europe when they celebrate Christmas, they got Saint Nicholas and he supposed to have a little black assistant. His name Black Pete.
Oh yeah, Black Pete. And all the immigrants got mad over there. You're embarrassing my child. And they have their children over there with white men, and they're complaining because all of a sudden now their child is being called Black Pete at school. Well, you should have thought about that before you married a white man and moved to a white country. Well, duh. So now let's talk. Thanks for bringing that up. Doctor, these do have a related root. So, doctor is a person with advanced knowledge, as you know, and it's about teaching. It's from the Latin word doctor, meaning to teach. And indoctrinate means to teach someone to accept a set of beliefs. The root is doctrina, which refers to the act of teaching or instructing. So those words not only are from the same root, they nearly mean the same thing.
So basically, they're trying to get force their beliefs on us, like with their whole out of Africa theory and all that shit, and how we're
hmm
African. Okay, I got it.
The
Per-
things, some of the things of the out of Africa theory don't add up. There's ghost DNA that we can't tell where it came from, and then there's people, like in the Basque region, who have a lot of um, Rh negative blood, which can't come from Rh positive blood, which is in Africa. So um, we also have some people on the planet that have languages in isolation, and no one knows why they have these isolated languages, like the Basque region, which I just mentioned in Spain. Uh, they have this Rh negative blood, and they also have this isolated language. So does Japan, which is weird because you would think they'd have something related to China, but in fact, their language is considered an isolate. So there are some things going on that kind of put a dent in the out of Africa theory and kind of give more validity to the splicing, especially since we have some DNA that can't be identified properly. And we have some people running around with X. I think it's an X haplogroup and they don't know where it came from.
And the out of Africa theory is racist anyway because it basically says that black people are constricted to sub-Sahara Africa, and that pretty much just tries to enforce and say that black people weren't Egyptian, black people weren't North African, things like that, because it just constricts black people to sub-Sahara Africa. It's really a racist theory.
Well, when
And
you
a lot of it was conducted by scientists with biases, racist scientists. They hid a lot of evidence in the Vatican and in the Smithsonian. They stole a lot of bones. So I mean, it's not accurate. It's not really accurate. A lot of their science isn't accurate.
Do y'all believe in the Pangea theory?
possibly, I mean, the continents do seem to fit together and they have broken apart a lot and sank. Big chunks have
Oh,
sank.
oh, that's crazy. Look, if you haven't been to New York, go to the Schomburg Library. All right, so the guy that be hanging out with the last poets, he be in there sometimes and he be teaching. You know what I'm saying? It's like an older black guy with like white hair. I don't know if he's still there, but I used to perform poetry or whatever on the train. And after me and my friend, he's in a fraternity, he's in the Sigmas or whatever, we'll go to Abby O'Doon's crib. Long story short, the Schomburg Library got different maps. Schomburg, I think he's mixed with something. He's like black and something else, but he created this library, and white people will go in there, and they'll be looking at the map like it's a certain room where like they have certain information that can't leave the library. And I think if you go to New York, you should definitely go to the National Black Theater, and you should definitely go to the Schomburg Library. They got
Is
plays
that
and
the
all of that
map?
stuff.
Is that the map that says, here be monsters?
It's a couple of them. It's a couple of them that our ancestors made. It's a couple of them that our ancestors made. Yup. It's very deep stuff, very deep information. They don't even want that. You can. I don't think you could leave with the information. Actually, yep. I think it's like that when I went to. It's like that in a certain museum too. In certain museums, you can't see certain info. You have to like wait, or I think like schedule an appointment. In certain museums too, it's like that.
And you
Yep.
have to be escorted in there.
Yep.
Hmm.
I've been to the library, Schomburg Library.
Did you see that globe that they were talking about? It's like I was researching a lot of the maps because they're weird and they have things on them that they weren't supposed to know, aerial views before they had airplanes. So I was just making a list of those maps, and they all say things about monsters are over here and all these things. And I'm going, what did they see? These are not crackpots. These are literal people that make maps and sailors, very serious minded men. These are not lunatics. And these men came back and notated these things on maps or told the map makers and cartographers to write that on there. So I don't know what was going on back then, but that's pretty interesting.
You still think it's monsters roaming around?
Sure, why not?
I believe
You
so
know
too.
how you know how big the ocean is. Think about how big the ocean is and the fact that we haven't discovered what did they say? 80% of the animals are undiscovered or not discovered yet. Plus, anything can drop from outer space into the ocean at any time
That's
and
kind of
and
like
and grow into anything.
the little German professor that flew the hot air balloon up to space, and they never talked about him again.
It was another deep sea. This guy, he was in a submarine, and he discovered a underground river or something, and he was talking about it. Next thing you know, he mysteriously died.
Hmm.
Yeah, that
That's
little
weird.
yeah, that little underground river. It's like somewhere kind of like in the Gulf of Mexico or close to Brazil or South America.
Very weird. A white guy. He was about to
Yeah,
speak on it, and all of a sudden, he mysteriously died.
yeah, it's like kind of where the water is it's not actual water, but it's like some type of translucent liquid, and only certain type of animals live in that type of water. Because any other animal that get close to it, they die.
What kind of water is it? Is it brackish water where it's half fresh and half salt?
I don't know. I just know it like the water. It kind of look like the venom slime. It's black,
Ew.
but
What
it's
lives in there?
yeah, it's
That's not brackish
underwater,
water.
and it's like they say it's like a whole individual world by itself underwater.
Hmm. Guess there are multiple worlds underwater that we don't know about, and animals that we just are learning about. They get
And
very clear.
sometime fishermen catch some of the sea life
Mm-hmm.
that happen to come further up from where they normally be at,
Mm-hmm.
and it be some weird animals. But a lot of this stuff is they be using a lot of AI too.
They have an octopus that keeps recycling its
Limbs.
self over and over again, which is weird.
It reminds me of like that book 20 Leagues Under the Sea. Like
Mm-hmm.
how could they know or imagine something like that in that time period when they didn't have the technology? So because
Right.
people just don't pull nothing out of their ass.
Well, Jules, that was Jules Verne, right? He was in those secret societies, so maybe he knew something.
Hey, I think monsters are real. If Vlad the Impaler is a real person, I think monsters exist.
Oh, yeah, he's real. But he didn't, he was the good guy in the story. He was just, I don't
I
want to
hope
go
so.
so. Well, he was minding his own business, being a little prince, and the Ottoman Empire was trying to take over everything, and they were doing some very gruesome things to scare him so that he would give them control over his area. I'm being his lawyer right now. Just imagine. I'm gonna redeem his reputation because he got trashed. Anyway, he didn't do anything, but they were impaling people and doing all kinds of stuff. And the way that they impaled you, you would die over 5 days to a week, which I don't understand, but that's what they said. Anyway, he basically freaked out. Like, I am tired of living in fear. I'm tired of being threatened by the Ottoman Empire, by these Turks. So he freaked out on them and he went over there and jacked them up. And he made a spectacle of putting them on impaling them and making a whole fence post of people squirming and screaming. And he basically freaked out. There's something going on in that area because that's the same area with that Countess Bathory who killed all those girls so she could bathe in their blood.
And what area is this?
It's
This is in Europe?
it's near Transylvania,
That's
Romania.
Romania. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on over there. Um, they also will dig up graves and drive stakes through the corpse's heart because they said they saw them like in town bothering people. So they have something going on over there that's a little bit
You sound
um
you
out of the
you
ordinary.
sound like an Anne Rice reader.
No, I was just reading about them directly.
I
Okay.
think the snow make you crazy. Like them people that's like stuck
The
in the
snow.
snow all the time. Like this, your whole life is the
What
snow.
about the Inuit people? They don't.
Yeah, I
They're
think they a
not.
little cuckoo too.
Are they?
Yeah, they
They don't
chasing horse
impale
blubber.
each other.
They
Well,
chasing
there's
whale
nothing else
blubber.
up there. Yeah,
They
but there's
eat
nothing
raw
else
Is
up there
flesh.
to eat.
Ronnie, is it true the people who lives in Seattle, Washington got a different mindset because it's always raining up there?
Yeah, that is true. They're in fact, in Finland, they have issues with depression because it gets dark for long periods of time. So, yeah, the weather definitely affects people's personalities. They have seasonal
Mood
affective
swings.
disorder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 'cause I feel like people who live in a desert like Arizona and cuckoo too. They brain got to be boiled.
What is what is that doing?
Because it gets so hot over there, 113, 20
It
degrees.
does.
Just imagine how tough and crazy you got to be, like making your way from the north coast to the west on horseback. Like, yeah, you got to be some type of crazy person to make it through the desert all the way to California. So yeah, the pioneers, I give a lot to them. They, cause I understand why y'all so liberated out there. Y'all just feel like y'all can do anything because y'all made it through the desert. I know y'all don't see all type of little mirages and everything. So yeah, you make it through that. You's commendable.
Now, does that clarify why Vlad Dracul is not really all that bad, but he just basically freaked out? You like him now? Is he a hero now?
Who?
Vlad the
Vlad.
Vlad the Impaler.
I don't know. I don't know about that man. I heard he was drinking blood and all that. I don't know. I don't know about all that.
Well, he
But
did go overboard with the drinking blood or dipping his bread in the blood. I think he freaked out and then took it too far. But he did scare them and they did leave him alone. So it was effective. They were like, whoa, this guy is a nut. He's nuttier than
Yeah,
us.
now you got to bring me up to speed because you know I'm new in the space. What are we talking about? A movie or actual?
No, the actual guy.
Okay.
He wasn't John Wick.
Oh, he's yeah, and this is in Romania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was saying, he was a prince and the Ottoman Empire was trying to take over everything, including his area. And he saw some atrocities that they were doing, brutal, torturous things to his neighbors and threatening to do to him. And he just decided to freak out and go do it to them before they did it to him. That's basically what happened. And he got the bad rap and he got all the movies and he got portrayed as this terrible person when in reality the Ottoman Empire um, military was doing those same things that he was doing and being gruesome and disgusting and torturing people and impaling people. That wasn't, he didn't invent impaling, they did it. So he was doing what they were doing, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
So isn't that where like the Hannibal Lecter story kind of come from? Or the little
Hannibal Lecter, doesn't that come from?
because I know
I thought that,
when you
I
look at
thought
the
that came
little
from Ed Gein.
yeah, but you know the story is kind of centered in that part of Europe.
Oh wait, let me look it up.
Yeah, because I think like the little Hannibal TV show, it like he was supposed to be like a runaway criminal from Europe and came to America and started slicing and dicing brains and eating them.
I think the Dracula story is just white people Muslim bashing. You know, they like to Muslim bash. So
Yeah, because
it
don't
was
Dracula
just
come from that store that part of the world too?
The
Was
Turks are some
Dracula
Muslims. The Turks are
right?
Muslims, so they're like, hey,
Dracula was very, very
bad Turks.
Christian. Yep, Dracula. Yep.
Okay,
Most
Dracula loves some Jesus.
Vlad was very, very Christian, by the way. Extremely
what
Christian. He was a
Dracula?
Christian warrior. Yeah,
Okay, Dracula loves some
big time
Jesus.
Christian. Yes, he did. He was extremely Christian.
So he was basically trying to save lives, like
That's
like
why the cross
like
burned them. The
Joe
cross burned
Osteen.
them.
So he basically saving souls like Joe Osteen.
You sound like Anne Rice books right now because that's all she wrote about was Dracula, the vampires.
Well, he, yeah, he was Christian. I know that. And he was basically just defending himself.
And this is in Romania. And what was that in the 1800s with Dracula?
14.
14.
that's not even that
14.
far
Were
away. That's
Four,
really
were
not that
white
far
people
14.
away.
even around in the 1400s?
1462.
Isn't that around the Black Plague era, where they was kind of like still eating each other and eating raw meat when it got the maggots on it because they thought it was good seasoning.
I think that was before. Maybe. Hold on. I got to do my research again. This bring me back.
Yeah, it was around the time they kicked out
Now,
all the black
see,
folks.
now this is true because he was Christian, and what was happening is here's how the fight started. The Ottomans wanted him to pay a non Muslim tax. So you're not Muslim, so you got to pay us. Not only were they trying to get money by taxing people, but they were trying to force them to be Muslim and take their land. See, he was this a small, he was a prince of a small area near Transylvania and near the border of Transylvania. So they
Well,
were
that was
trying to do everything to him. They were trying to take his land. They were trying to rule his area. They were taxing him and trying to make him Muslim. And he didn't want to. And so he just started freaking out on them.
it's crazy when you kind of look at it because it was either one side trying to make you convert to Christianity or we gonna kill you, or the other side gonna make you convert or we gonna kill you. It is really just who gonna tax you the most.
And Wani, what
Well,
year
the
was that
Muslims
you
have
said it
been
was?
beating up on the white
14
people.
what?
This one was 1462. And then when you fast forward, the other incident with the Transylvania heiress, her name was Elizabeth Bathory. She killed, as they say, about 600 peasant girls. Um, that was 1614.
So that's why they came over here from Europe, talking about witchcraft and everything. And anybody that had a little knowledge, you was automatically a witch doctor. You use a booga booga type of shit.
They did have that, like it was like a scare of sorts where they were accusing everybody of being witches. And of course, some of the people were just trying to take people's lands and say that they were witches. So, they did have that hysteria, I guess they call it. But when you look at the books and you read what they were saying, they really believed these people were practicing witchcraft. And maybe they were practicing witchcraft or some sort of root work that they, as Christians, didn't believe in and just viewed the whole thing as witchcraft and wanted to kill them.
So did
What's
they have
crazy,
did he
you
have
know,
different blood from everybody else or he was just human?
Who, Black Vlad?
Yes.
Well, he was acting like he was human. He was scared to die, so that's why he went out and killed everybody else. He
I
didn't
think
seem
I
like
think
he was
Vlad. I think
immortal.
Jeffrey Dahmer is probably related to Vlad. Is that possible?
Who? Who?
Jeffrey, what's his name? What's that guy that was eating people?
Um,
Jeffrey Dahmer?
Joe? I don't think they're related.
Oh, my fault.
okay, now during the Selma witch trials, when they was
Hmm.
persecuting everybody, well, because I find it interesting that like the first person that they did persecute was Indian black lady, or what we call a black lady today, and that's what popped it out because I guess one of the little girls had a little what we call an epileptic episode, and and she helped stop it, and automatically she became a witchcraft witch. She was like the little a doula of the time. She helped birth help people have their babies and stuff. So like I'm trying to understand what was the thinking of
They were uneducated, bro. They were just used to letting their people die. They didn't know anything about, healing or anything like that. It was foreign to them.
yeah,
Savages.
I can see that because it reminded me of what you said the other day, the drepomania and them just since I don't want to be a slave and I ran away, I'm
Hmm.
automatically crazy and lost my mind or something.
So this, the King James authored that demonology book in 1597, and he enacted the Witchcraft Act in 1604. And he also commissioned the King James Bible in 1604. So he was really, he was on both sides of the spectrum. He was going to clean up this whole act. And when his writings about these identifying witches is really comprehensive, very extensive on what to look for. And people, read this book and they went out and they looked for these people and they found them.
Do you think it was just cause when they kicked out all the Moors from Europe, they was just mad because they forgot how to wash their ass and they started getting sick? And
I, I personally believe that white men just hate women in general. Because we were just talking about this the other day, how they let black men who had just become freedmen vote before they let their own white women vote. So I think they just hate
That's
their women.
true. They do have a very bad relationship with their women. I mean, their women had to fight for just basic rights. They had sex with enslaved women in front of them and had a bunch of kids running around in the house. That's what Sally Hemings' situation was. He did that and right in front of his wife, and the children were running all around the house. So yeah, they they do have a bad relationship with women.
I mean, what would you expect? They made chastity belts for when they went on their crusades. And by the time they came back, the lady probably would have been dead or had gangrene or some type of infection. Cause how she supposed to wipe her ass and clean herself with the chastity belt on, and he got the lock and key.
Oh boy,
That's
And you
something to
can't
think
forget what
about,
type of
huh?
society that
that's
was.
Oh
rough.
my God.
He come back to some tartar.
No, that's more than Tart.
That's probably why when they went to other places and they see all the black women bathing multiple times a day, they couldn't believe it. It was so mesmerizing.
This is why I think this is my personal theory. This don't have to be true at all, but I feel like they got a parasite in their brain because of the hygiene and parasites that get passed down. And I just feel like due to the lack of hygiene at that certain time, we wasn't really looking at their brain though. You know what I'm saying? Like as being like neuroscientists or something.
Okay, got
I
that
don't know.
RFK
It's just
Jr.
They said they evolved a parasite in their brain.
You got
I
that
like
RFK Jr.
they have one on the website on the Center of Control Disease. It's called Toxoplasma gonda, and they say it's a parasite that could control the host of your brain, but it could be, but it's on the Center of Control Disease. So I don't know if that's valid, but they say a lot of people have it,
Does that
and
come?
they're not really
Does
specific.
that come from not bathing?
Is that from eating
It
pork
come it really come from animals. It
or
really come
eating
from
raw meat?
like yeah, raw meat eating. You could probably be eating another human.
That's
Not
like mad.
not
It
washing
sounds
your
like
hands.
mad. It sounds like mad cow disease or the human version of that type of disease.
Human rabies.
Yeah, yeah. And it's on the Center of Control Disease website. They say you could get it from animals. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure,
In
but
what
it's
way?
definitely there's something that can control the host of your brain. Like it gets into a certain part of the brain, and I guess it could control cravings. Like I guess it sends out certain chemicals to control the craving of an individual. Also, just changing up thought process. Like a zombie don't know that it's a zombie. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna be like, yeah, I'm a zombie. You know what I'm saying?
I
It don't
hope
have that
not.
level of consciousness. But I don't know. This is just a theory.
I don't want zombies talking. I thought we had an agreement.
It,
Oh, my fault. You got it.
say,
You got it. You got it.
you threw me out with saying you know like zombies talking because that would be weird. But it like the parasite it it remind me of like what RK Jr. keep on saying. He got a parasite that died in his brain. And like and white people.
Is that what his problem is?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said a doctor told him he had a brain that ate pieces a worm that ate a
Oh
piece of his
no,
brain and it
that is
died.
not funny. Oh Lord,
Yeah, that's why he do erratic things
is
sometimes.
it is it gonna grow back?
I don't know. I mean, how's it gonna grow back with a dead worm in there? It's gonna fuse with it.
Oh no, oh no, that sounds gross.
But it remind me of all the little parasite movies that white people make, and like they could be a good a good theory that they are, because like they don't like bathing properly the way you supposed to, and
They don't
because
like you
they
using washcloths either.
yeah they say just hit the hot spots. That's on the arms and the
Mm,
unmentionables.
hot
Yeah,
spots.
that's what they call it. They call it the hot
What is
spots.
wrong? That's
I'm
crazy.
learning a lot by watching their videos.
If you're in the shower, you might as well wash
And
everything.
now
What are they
I have
doing?
a question for everybody, right? Now, when they was when the brother was mentioning about the Caucasus Mountains and a dog, and it's like how can I
What
say
happened?
it?
He still talking?
Huh? How can I say it? It's like that oldest has been with them for thousands of years and it's still with them when they get wet.
You mean the sulfur?
The smell of a dog.
Sulfur smell.
That's what it's called?
Mm,
That's
now
what
we
I call
building.
it.
Huh?
That's what I call it. That's what I call it. It smells like sulfur.
Ammonia.
I just it's just no. It's
Wet dog. Let's just go back to wet dog.
yes,
It's more
yes.
comfortable.
It smells. Hold on, I think it smells like nitrogen, but we made out of carbon, right? Because nitrogen makes ammonia, right? Is that
All
true?
right.
Nitrogen
All
is
right, let
like
me ask you a question.
carbon.
I don't
What
know. We don't
creates that smell no matter how much no matter how many times
a
you
wet
bathe?
dog.
Ammonia.
It's some chemical that's coming out.
And it's only with them.
Yep.
Does that have
And they got fur.
does that have a lot to do with the recessive genes?
I don't know. I was trying to tie um the lice to them based on their Neanderthal genetics because lice like animals, they adapt themselves to animals, but other people have uh the Neanderthal genetics and they don't have lice. So it's not because they have Neanderthal genetics. So I don't know what it is. I do know this lice like them, even their own doctors say that they prefer them. The doctor also said that it's because they have long hair. And I said, no, it's not because the lice does not like Asian hair. Like I said, when I was in the military, we had a lice outbreak, and they said everybody that has lice get on this side of the room, and everybody who doesn't get on the other. And it was me, the rest of the black girls, and a Chinese girl. Okay,
Right?
on the same side. So the lice do not like Chinese people's hair because it's shaped a certain way.
Yeah, they
Even
can't
though,
grasp around. I apologize. Go ahead. I'm reading
no,
something
you're
and I'm
right.
getting excited. Yeah, they can't grasp
Yeah,
around the coils of our hair.
right.
Yeah.
They don't like Chinese people's hair, so they do like their hair. And lice do adapt to certain animals. And they said, well, they like their hair because it's straight. No, they like their hair because it doesn't have oils in it. Nope, that's not it. Because lice like curly sheep butts and they like all kinds of curly animals and everything. So there is something about them that's causing them to get all this lice because and it's not their hygiene because I those little white girls they were using washcloths. I don't know what it is because the girls that had it they were not dirty. They didn't come from a dirty house. They had regular clothes. So it is a mystery because it's not because their hair is straight. It's not because they have the Neanderthal admixture. I do not know what it is, but they do have it. That's scientifically proven that the lice like them better.
Mm, that's deep.
Yeah, I think that's real deep. The lice like them better, but the lice don't like us though, like that.
No, they don't hang out with us.
I'm glad they don't.
You don't want them to hang out with you because it can get
They don't
rough.
like real. They don't like real humans.
Well, they
Mm.
didn't. They don't adapt. They adapt themselves to animals.
So you're saying they have a a gene that's associated with animals.
Well,
They are animals.
I don't know what it is.
I mean,
I
when I
do.
look at their lips, they kind of do. You
Or
know what I'm
they
saying?
overall
Resemble.
make, or they overall,
I mean, we're all animals technically, but you know what I'm
right.
saying.
Is this why we have laws why they can't sleep with animals?
Yeah, I don't
What
know
was
why
that?
we
I didn't
have
catch
those
that. What was
laws.
that?
Why are they dating animals?
Is that the reason why we have laws against sleeping with animals for them? Because they have documented experiments of saying certain animals that humans can reproduce with.
They
So
just
Which
they just
ones?
arrested this lady for having sex with a
I
dog,
saw I saw that lady.
and they said
There
she's
was another
pregnant.
woman.
Is that true?
Yeah, I saw that. Well, not with the dog most likely, but if it is, oh boy. Whoever she's pregnant by, that guy's probably hiding under the bed. He's no, 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 no. I
it
don't know what
reminds
that
me of
woman
that
is
movie
doing.
of The Ring. Because the lady, she slept with a horse and had a baby, and that was the little baby that she threw down the well.
Was it a horse?
It was little. I mean, I don't know. I ain't
Why
never
did she
seen the
throw
lady
it
face
down?
on the movie.
Why did she throw it down a well? It could have been
Cause it had
a
horse in it.
half horse,
It
a
had
half
Trailblazer
horse.
in it.
That's not nice.
Had a
It
little
could have been a horse body with a man's head.
had a little stallion buck in there,
Oh boy.
mixed with some Caucasian. So
It could have been a horse head with a man body though.
I ain't never really just seen the whole movie of The Ring, cause I always cut it off when it get close to the end or end up falling asleep because I be too high. Like this is too much for my mental.
Hi.
Bro, I thought I was the only one. Like I be going in the bathroom and I be looking at the mirror, but sometimes I be thinking something gonna pop out the mirror. Like when I turn my head and I turn it back. You know what I'm talking about?
What?
No.
Yeah, it's a little too demonic for me. I slow it down. Like I gotta go pray.
You guys get
I
scared.
don't watch horror movies.
I love them.
I do not.
It
The only one.
That's the main movie I go to
Listen, the
watch.
only one I ever. Uh, I think the movie back in the day is Phantasm,
Oh yeah, you like
and I like
Phantasm?
Hell. What is it? Hellraiser 1 and 2.
Hellraiser one,
Yeah,
two,
those
and
two.
nine.
But when I was a
See, I ain't know it was
Oh
that many
my
of them.
god, that Hellraiser's. Oh my gosh.
It's
That
funny.
no, that's some sick stuff. Them white folks freaky and doing some extra stuff. Like nah,
You don't like Pinhead?
nah,
Pinhead,
His
nah.
hairstyle's
Pinhead
nice.
was the man. He played no games.
They ripping open bodies and stuff. Like I don't want to see that. That's
That was a little bit too much. I usually like the psychological horrors, not the, tearing the heads off part. But yeah,
yeah,
those were
like
scary.
I watch suspense scary movies, kind of like Doctor
Yeah.
Sleep. But
Or Silence of the
I
Lamb.
No, I don't like that one. That's
see
too much psychological babble.
like Paranormal Activity. I'm cool with that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Or the movie with the little white lady that talked to ghosts, and she was
Mm-hmm.
fighting all the demons, and they had a little
She was
collection.
short.
Yeah, like, but if you really look at it, most of the places that be so called haunted be like old plantations and stuff. So I'm cool with watching that because I know they just chasing white folks. Them ghosts ain't looking for me.
How you
Nah,
know?
nah, bro. You know what's real scary? When zombies transitioning from walking to running. When
Uh-uh.
Dawn of the Dead came out, that was mad scary for me. I'm like, before zombies wasn't scary, but when they could start running, that's what
They're
made them
not
scary.
supposed to run or talk. What is going on with zombies these days?
See, Resident Evil made me look at zombies totally different because I'm like, yeah, it just made me feel like this was white folks and this is their fantasy of the future. They wanted to be like super strong, but it fucked up. and they tried to cover it up by saying they was trying to cure cancer. Yeah, they was just trying to make a new version of the Negro, but they couldn't, so they made zombies. Cause ain't that what I Am Legend about? They try to cure cancer, but they made some some super people that can't be in the sun.
What's the
Damn, that is true. They can't be in the sun. That is true. Damn, like that's the only people that really can't be in the sun.
That's why
And
I
that's
appreciate
that's
it.
not a good adaptation to not be able to tolerate the sun. It doesn't make any sense that that would be an adaptation that was natural on the earth. So now we're back to Yakub
and we
stuff.
back to the fact that white people wasn't in Egypt at that time. They were burned to death.
They would burn now.
Yeah.
They was in that cave in Ukraine with the little Grim Reapers
No
and
more cave slander. We've already established caves are cool.
but yeah, but they cave
Underground
was
caves.
different. They cave was
Underground.
different.
Underground caves. Underground.
Yeah, they had underground caves, not outside caves.
That
Caves are so gross when you go, like when you're traveling, they go, oh, come on, let's go in this cave. Oh,
I'm not
no,
going in
I'm in
nobody's
here looking at
I'm
bats. There's all kind of
I'm not
things
going in
hanging down.
nobody's
No,
cave.
you got to clean it up. If you're going to live in a cave, you have to do some cleaning because no, 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 no. It's not good to go.
They got a couple of underground caves right here in America, right?
Catacomb.
Where people go and it's
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
caves.
I think they call them. Oh, you're not talking about the concentration camps called biospheres.
no.
Like or like Mammoth Cave, where they got the big mammoth that they found.
The woolly mammoth.
Yeah, ain't that in like Pennsylvania?
We got caves. We have everything that all the other places have. We just like to talk about the foreign places more. We have our own
Everybody want to make it sound so
mound and
you want
everything.
to make it sound so exotic, right? When they
Right.
yes,
Yes.
exactly. Instead of instead of shouting your own land out, you want to be
But America is exotic. We got every piece of
Mm-hmm.
weather
yes.
from every part of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got
it's like a
canyon.
like 0 degrees here in Milwaukee right now, and it's
Oh
yeah, no, and
no.
it's like 70 degrees in California. So you're right. And don't we have
Listen,
pyramids somewhere? Don't we have pyramids somewhere down south somewhere like in the west?
We have pyramid looking things. I suspect we do have pyramids here. Um we definitely have mounds.
yeah.
And the professor is going to tell you about the, Egyptian. I do believe that that guy discovered some Egyptian artifacts.
Now,
Go ahead.
now you know the what's the name on your phone on the iPhone, not the connect. What is the four bars?
Is that your
What do you
signal?
mean?
Your signal? Your
Yeah.
signal
Now
for the
they said that single, it's on the pyramids. They said everything that you see on a phone right now, it's on the pyramid. It's
I know the Bluetooth signal is.
that's the one I'm talking about. There you go. There you go. Right there.
Yo. When I take the plane, when I take a plane, and I look out the window. It looks like a chip. It looks like a cell phone chip. Has anybody ever noticed that? Like the architecture of the structure of how it was built, it
The
actually looks
window
like a cell phone
itself.
chip. No, when you look down and you see the city, like certain
Oh,
cities.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
most
you
cities
mean the
look
way
like
it's
Yeah.
gridded?
Yeah.
yeah,
But
most cities
that's an
look like they.
architecture's job, right? The architecture's job is also to direct the wind, which is currency, and like it could be electricity, I guess, in a micro form,
Wani, I think
right?
you mentioned something about aerial footage that how did they do it? It wasn't no cameras back then.
Hmm. On the maps,
Yes.
yeah. How did they know about Antarctica when it was covered over in
Right.
ice?
It sound like some mud flood Tartarius,
Now how
Koofy
how
have.
do they get aerial footage? And back then,
They fly around with aliens.
exactly.
No, but have you guys seen the Monte Urbano map? It's pretty much like a map of the entire world, but it shows more land,
Like the whole world is
like
together instead of
surrounding.
broken apart.
No, no, it's broken apart, but no, it has like all of the land masses, but it just shows like more land surrounding like the current land masses that we know of. Like is like where we think Antarctica and all and the North Pole is. It shows like it's like fertile
You mean
land.
the moon map?
Um,
Oh, before the
no,
ice age made things
it's
not accessible.
no, it's called the Monte Urbano
Let me look it up.
1587 world map, Monte Urbano, and it pretty much shows like more land masses surrounding the land masses that we have now,
Oh, it wasn't the
pretty
map of
much.
Monday. Like they had some weird names for maps and stuff back then. Like what's a map of Monday?
What was the date? What was the date again?
I'm gonna post a picture in the chat right now. 1587 though.
Peace,
Ladies
family.
and
My
gentlemen,
battery is about
it's
to
about
die.
that time. I really enjoyed y'all. I feel like I learned a lot. It's about time for me to go to bed.
But the space just started, Professor. We
But
just
the space
started.
just
We have
started.
we're
Y'all don't
only
want to
been in
go
here for
home?
10 minutes.
Hey, hey, Professor.
Okay,
I
Yes,
thank you
Professor
for
sir.
kicking
being
us out.
patient. And I got to get up in 3 hours. I don't know what's. I might be late for work.
Oh no,
Yeah, don't
we
claim it.
changed the topic.
Oh man, this was the fantastic space, y'all. I loved it, man. We're gonna have to do a part two to this one,
Yeah,
please.
I enjoy
Oh
y'all.
yeah,
Great,
oh yeah.
great idea, Wani.
Yo, yeah, great
This
idea,
was all
Wani.
Wani's idea.
Yeah, great
Thanks,
idea.
Wani.
Woo!
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
hey,
all on
Wani,
Wani.
Wani, I like the way you keep it light sometime, Let your hair down and keep it light.
So
Thanks.
we'll
We just
continue
gotta
a var- we'll
keep the
continue a
zesty Puerto Ricans
variation.
away.
We'll continue a variation of this tomorrow. Any last words, Nikki, Wani?
Good
No, I
night.
love the family. Y'all take care.
Good night.
Okay, bye bye.
All
Good
right,
night.